Now, you've heard personal accounts all day, and you've seen the video over and over of what it looked like when the World Trade Center Twin Towers collapsed, and also Tower number 7 collapsed. I stood on the 48th floor of my apartment building 20 blocks away and too watched as it all happened. And it was hard to fathom that the World Trade Center, which took 7 years to build, could crumble so easily in such a short amount of time, just seconds. CBS News correspondent Troy Roberts has more on the scene of the chaos.
It started with a plane crash.
It's like, oh my God, it did. A plane crashed into the World Trade Center.
Literally out of the blue.
Clear as day, AA on the wing, just going, I'm like, what the heck is that? Is it filming a movie here or something? Then all of a sudden, bam.
Brothers Jeff and Scott Such were there, ground zero, with their video camera.
You're good right here in the corner. Stay in the corner.
So after the first strike, you're not thinking terrorist attack, are you?
You're thinking this is a really huge accident that I should be seeing this, so we just decided to go even closer.
The brothers continued shooting this videotape. As people trapped in the building began falling from the windows.
It almost looked as if someone had just like stepped backwards and had fallen through a window.
What's this other jet doing?
But the terrorists weren't done. 20 minutes later, another plane, another tower, another devastating attack.
Boom, just a loud explosion, and then you just look up at the sky because that's where it came from. The noise came from above. You look up and it's just like graffiti in the sky.
And that was just the beginning. On the ground, chaos as one of the famed Twin Towers crumbles. Firefighters and rescue workers attack the other tower, still standing, still burning. Who knows how many trapped inside.
So start going to your trucks, make sure you got flashlights. If you don't have any lights, then let me know.
Oh, no!
Then that tower collapses too.
And we had some time to get some of the people out, but then there was those secondary explosions and then the subsequent collapses. So I don't know how many people were in there. I know there was a lot of firefighters, a lot of public safety personnel were in there.
You call her and you tell her, let her hear your voice. She's going to need to hear your voice. Just like you need to hear my voice, I'm okay. I'm okay. Thank you. Bye. See you later. I love you.
All day long, more fallout.
Because it might be a bomb in the school, maybe.
A reported bomb threat. A dangerous gas leak.
This is Ed Sullivan. I want that building evacuated.
All civilians, please head north of Moore Street.
Then, a nearby building collapses from the day's damage.
You are watching Building 7 at the World Trade Center collapse.
Amid the destruction and devastation, though, one remarkable thing did happen. Today's tragedy brought out the best in a city not always known for its kindness and humanity. 3 hours after the attack, area residents have put out an open call for volunteers to search the rubble for any signs of possible survivors.
They're here to volunteer. If they're a laborer, they're a plumber, they're an electrician, whatever they are, it's to stay with you guys. If they're medical, they go across the street.
We're CPR and first aid trained. You're prepared to go into that rubble? Yeah, unfortunately we are. You know, whatever we can do to help out. I know there's not enough people in the city of New York to do it. I mean, it's a mess over there.
These volunteers say there is just one thing they want, something uniquely New York. Street justice. Tough and immediate.
I hope they're sending planes over there right now. Take care of business.
The focus all day on the East Coast because that's where the terrorists were able to hit their marks. But on the West Coast, all up and down the West Coast, they were scrambling as well. Bill Whitaker has more on that.
Fearing the nation's second largest city might also be a target, workers fled downtown high-rises, leaving the heart of Los Angeles a ghost town. With the Pentagon in flames, giant West Coast defense contractors, Boeing and Raytheon, sent Los Angeles workers home for safety's sake. FBI agents with fingers at the ready ring the main federal building. City government, law enforcement, indeed the entire city was on high alert.
We believe that whatever could have happened in New York could very likely happen here.
The busy borders with Mexico and Canada intensified security and remained open, but little else did. Urban icons, the Transamerica Pyramid in San Francisco, even Seattle's Space Needle closed down, leaving tourists stunned.
To Pearl Harbor magnified 10 times.
There's heightened alert on the Golden Gate and Bay Bridges, San Francisco's main links. Even Disneyland, the self-proclaimed happiest place on earth, joined other California amusement parks and closed down in fear.
Obviously, what they want is to shut down the country, and that's exactly what they've done.
I mean, it's scary to think that something like this could happen in the United States. I mean, you feel safe here, and now you don't feel as safe.
The West's water and energy suppliers are taking no chances either. At Hoover Dam, boats and bomb-sniffing dogs are on patrol. Armed guards stand outside the San Onofre nuclear plant near San Diego. Up the road, Marine Camp Pendleton is on Threat Condition D, the highest level of alert, meaning an attack is expected or imminent.
Right now, they are checking every car that's on base, and we are restricting access if you're not a military affiliated.
In Los Angeles, Muslim groups citing death threats said don't blame all for the alleged actions of a few.
The pain of this country is in fact our pain.
Saying there's clearly too much hatred, the Crystal Cathedral in Orange County invited people of all faiths to come together and pray for the victims of terror. So here, like the rest of the country, there are prayers for the victims and concern for the country's future and safety. Bill Whitaker, CBS News, Los Angeles, for Up to the Minute.
And we're going to take a break at this moment as the information continues to come in. We're going to take a check at that, update it, give you the latest information. CBS News coverage of the attack on America continues in just a moment.
I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm going to go home. I'm going to hug my wife. And thank God I'm alive. I'm 69, but I can still run. Tower 2 collapsed into Tower 1. Within minutes after that, we were ordered out. This is a federal building. That's a federal building. The safety can happen here. Get out of here. All the way to the ground. We do not have a signal on our Nextel, so I can't get ISP. Is there somebody who can hear me off this radio?
Watching continuing CBS News coverage of the attack on America.
Attack on America.
And I saw the plane hit the building.
And a nightmare unfolds.
It's got to be a terrorist attack.
In New York, hijacked planes slam into the World Trade Center.
Move out of the way! Let's go! Hey, come on!
And the Twin Towers crumble. In Washington, a plane dives into the Pentagon.
We are at threat condition Delta. That is the highest condition that we can go to.
And near Pittsburgh.
Witnesses reported seeing the large passenger plane take a nosedive.
Still another plane crashes.
Some 44 people on board, all believed dead.
A country is outraged. The world is stunned.
Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
Who is behind it? What happens next? The deadliest attack ever to strike America. As terror hits home.
And good morning. This is CBS News Up to the Minute, continuing coverage of the attack on America. I'm Melissa McDermott. This was the scene all night long at what's left of New York's World Trade Center towers, smoldering rubble. The nation wakes up this morning to the nightmare revelation that the United States is the victim of the worst terror act in history. What we know right now is that after being buried under rubble for hours, the fire, smoke, and dust have finally let up enough to let rescue workers dig for victims. Cell phones. They are literally saving lives this morning. Police are receiving cell phone calls in these early morning hours from people who are right now trapped in the mountains of debris, meaning there is reason to hope people will be pulled out alive. And in fact, many have been. We have 2 confirmed reports of 2 people found alive among the twisted rubble. One bit of silver lining, but it doesn't erase the fact that the death toll from this horrifying attack will be in the thousands. 4 jetliners hijacked and used as flying bombs in an attack on America. Thousands of people are believed dead. Many more are hurt. And the people of the United States shaken to the core. As the search intensifies for those responsible, the prime suspect remains terror leader Osama bin Laden. The carnage began in New York City, where CBS's Byron Pitts begins our coverage.
8:48 a.m. Mayhem in Manhattan.
We saw a plane coming very low, and everyone said, wow, that plane is very, very low. Come on, guys, keep moving. I was walking to work, and all of a sudden, I see a jet crash into the first tower.
An American Airlines flight loaded with 92 people crashes head-on into the North Tower of the World Trade Center.
And then we heard the crash. We ran to the window.
Into the building. It went into the Trade Center.
And we hit the Trade Center. We saw the shrapnel fall, and then we said, get out.
And minutes later.
There's another one. Another plane just hit. Right? Oh, my God. Another plane has just hit.
I heard a roar, and I looked around thinking that it had to be a helicopter, and I looked up, and I saw the second plane hit.
A second commercial plane, a United Airlines jet, also hijacked, carrying 65 people, plows into the South Tower.
First one we thought was an accident. When we heard there was a second one, we definitely thought it was terrorism.
On the ground, witnesses could not believe their eyes. 70 stories up with the building burning. Reason gave way to desperation. New York's bravest never had a chance.
We really never even got to that close to the building. The explosion blew and it knocked everybody over.
Less than an hour later, the South Tower came crumbling down.
It collapsed. The top floors collapsed down. I saw it blow and then ran like hell. Thank God. I'm 69, but I can still run.
But it was far from over.
Tower 2 collapsed into Tower 1. Within minutes after that, we were ordered out.
When the dust settled, signs of life started to emerge.
Chaos. It's just chaos out here. It really is. So the Twin Towers fall. It's amazing. It's crazy. I can't believe this is happening. I really can't. It's nightmares. Armageddon right here.
This was the worst act of terrorism on U.S. soil, but not the first attack on the World Trade Center. 8 years ago, terrorists set off bombs in the basement in an effort to take down the 2 towers. They failed. Today, mission accomplished.
I tell you what, it's a sad day for America. It really is.
And firefighters and police officers and paramedics by the hundreds stood by, many of them feeling helpless. There was nothing they could do at this point because the building was still unsecure.
Our main priority is to get in, do a search and rescue, look for survivors, and then clean up what's left. And we can't do that until the building is deemed safe.
Ankle deep in debris and despair, rescue workers waited. Some had relatives of their own inside. One police officer told me her sister worked here on the 40th floor, due in at 9 a.m. She was always early, she said. Always. A sign on a paramedic's van spoke volumes.
We know we have some of the major brass of our department missing. We're trying to find them, too.
New York Port Authority Police Chief William Hall choked back tears. For him, this was no longer just work.
On a personal level, because I know that these are all your men and it's a business, but I'm sure that a lot of these guys are your friends. How you helping
Not a
out?
business now, it's personal now.
Sir?
It's personal now. We have to get them.
All day, we have had little relief here. Take a look at this. Hours ago, World Trade Center building number 7 collapsed. A 42-story building that crumbled hours after the initial devastation. It was the one calamity here that was not a surprise. Police had evacuated the area earlier, fearful building number 7 would indeed fall. Minutes after the second tower collapsed, I was standing a few blocks away with CBS News correspondent Mika Brzezinski. As the fireball rolled toward us, Mika grabbed her shoes, I grabbed her hand, and we ran as fast as hell. Thousands did. Byron Pitts, CBS News, Manhattan.
And that is what has happened today. Let's bring you up to the minute right now. So far, the evidence points to the fact that it could be Osama bin Laden, most likely, who planned these attacks. He's the wealthy Arab living in Afghanistan. We have a bulletin now from Afghanistan. The UN is considering staff pullout from Afghanistan. Some aid workers are leaving Kabul fearing an attack there. Once again, the UN considering staff pullout from Afghanistan. One of the few things that seems certain this morning is that the hijacking and attacks were meticulously planned and carried out with great precision. Correspondent Bob Orr has pieced it together.
American Flight 11, a Boeing 767, took off first at 7:45 this morning from Boston, bound for Los Angeles. 13 minutes later, another 767, United Flight 175, also left Boston for L.A. At virtually the same moment, United Flight 93, a 757, took off from Newark for San Francisco. And to the south at Washington's Dulles Airport, another 757, American Flight 77, flew off towards Los Angeles. The first sign that anything was wrong was noticed by air traffic controllers, who watched the jets stray from their planned routes. This computerized radar path shows how the first plane, American Airlines Flight 11, climbed out of Boston and, as expected, headed northwest across Massachusetts. But watch what happened. As the plane entered eastern New York, it turned sharply to the south and headed straight for Manhattan. The 767 hit the World Trade Center at 8:48 this morning. And 16 minutes later, United Flight 175 delivered the second blow. The jets, fueled for cross-country flights, were filled with tens of thousands of gallons of volatile fuel. They were literally flying bombs, each with an explosive power far greater than the blast that leveled the Oklahoma City Federal Building. Based on radio communications from the planes, FAA authorities knew they were dealing with a terrorist attack and immediately moved to close New York and Washington airports. And for the first time in U.S. history, all flights across the country were grounded.
The airport's being evacuated. They need to go home.
But there were still 2 hijacked jets in the air, and one of them, American Airlines Flight 77, took aim on the Pentagon. It crashed in a fireball at 9:38. Meanwhile, the fourth plane, the flight from Newark to San Francisco, was heading west, and it traveled all the way into northeastern Ohio. The controllers monitoring radar watched as the jet then did a U-turn and headed back towards the East Coast. At 10:20, 2.5 hours after the four-pronged attack was launched, the plane crashed in a rural Pennsylvania field.
I happened to hear the plane come through. It sounded like it was running normal. When it come down over top of me, I seen it go nosedive straight into the ground down here. Everything was running fine on the plane, it sounded like.
FAA officials say they may reopen the national airspace later today, but then again, they may not. When the flights do resume, we're told we'll see an unprecedented level of security for U.S. aviation. But even then, it will not be an aviation system that's well equipped to prevent suicide attacks. Bob Orr, CBS News, Washington.
While the Pentagon burned, aircraft carrier battle groups were dispatched to the seas off Washington, D.C. and New York City. CBS's David Martin has the story from the Pentagon.
Fires are still burning, although Pentagon officials say the flames are under control and the Pentagon will be open for business. We now have new close-up pictures of the damage done by that plane, and Defense Secretary Rumsfeld had a grim warning that casualties will be high.
Some people have been lifted out and taken away in ambulances, and the numbers will be calculated, and it will not be a few.
The first attack ever on the Pentagon occurred at 9:38 a.m. Eastern Time.
Clipped this ball over here, hit another ball and slammed right into the building. Huge explosion, and then utter pandemonium, as you might imagine. I mean, everybody was screaming, "Oh my God."
A hijacked American Airlines jet, which had just taken off from Dulles Airport, flew right up the main highway leading north into Washington and straight into the citadel of American military power.
There was no doubt about it. It was American Airlines slammed right into the building, and there was no doubt about it. Whoever was piloting that plane was aiming for the Pentagon.
Fearful that, like the World Trade Center, a second airliner was on its way, most of the building's 23,000 workers fled.
Plane's coming in. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. We're not playing around here. Let's go.
F-16 fighters circled overhead looking for a second attack, but the damage had already been done. The plane had drilled a hole about a third of the way through the world's largest office building. The wounded were rushed to nearby hospitals as the fire spread and an entire section of the building collapsed, trapping many, many more inside.
Arlington search and rescue personnel are just now, and it's about almost 2 o'clock, just now gaining access to portions of the building where the plane hit because the fires were too intense.
One ray of hope. The Pentagon is undergoing a major renovation, and some of the offices in the path of the plane were vacant.
We're trying to find out who made it out okay and account for the people that may not have made it out.
When the plane hit, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld moved from his office on the other side of the building into the National Military Command Center in the basement. With smoke hanging in the air, he ordered aircraft carriers, amphibious ships, cruisers, and destroyers to New York and Washington, where they can serve as floating hospitals, help with the cleanup, and provide air defense against the possibility of more attacks. And the chairman of the Joint Chiefs made a clear threat of military retaliation.
I have no intentions of discussing today what comes next, but make no mistake about it, your armed forces are ready.
Right now, suspicion focuses on Osama bin Laden, but first things first. The FBI is combing the wreckage for evidence, and all U.S. military bases and embassies are at the highest state of alert. David Martin, CBS News, the Pentagon.
And our latest information is that the fire at the Pentagon has been put out, but there are 100 to up to 800 people who must be located and could possibly have been killed. One hijacked plane apparently never did reach its target. That's a United Airlines jetliner that went down near Shanksville, Pennsylvania, possibly heading toward Camp David. There were no survivors. CBS News correspondent Steve Hartman was there.
This may be the hijacking that did not go as planned. This morning, United Flight 93 crashed in a cornfield 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh, killing all 45 people aboard. The plane was en route from Newark to San Francisco when somewhere near Cleveland, it made a sharp left turn and started heading, at least in the direction of Washington, D.C. Authorities can only speculate as to what may have been the intended target. Investigators say the plane crashed at a very steep angle, leaving a gaping hole in the ground, but only tiny pieces of airplane. Shortly before the crash, a 911 operator outside of Pittsburgh got a call from a man who had locked himself in the bathroom of the plane. He told the operator the plane had been hijacked and stayed on the line for at least 1 minute. Then, authorities say, the line went dead, probably before the plane crashed. That tape is now in the hands of the FBI, because whoever that man was, he may be their only witness.
Steve Hartman reporting. For reaction in Europe to the catastrophic events here in the United States, we're joined this morning by CBS News correspondent Tom Fenton in London. Tom, good morning.
Good morning. Well, the shockwaves are being felt not only in Europe, but around the world. Aviation schedules have been disrupted as flights to the United States are canceled. Security has been heightened at public buildings, at airports, and in ports. And governments everywhere are assuming that if it can happen in America, it can happen here. There's only one story this morning, only one image. Reflecting the stunned incomprehension, commuters gazed at TV screens as the scenes were carried round the world. Some of it turned into hysteria. But there were measured tones from the BBC.
Doomsday in Manhattan, a terrorist apocalypse.
World leaders were steadfast in their support. Germany's Gerhard Schröder said the attacks were a declaration of war. Cuban President Fidel Castro, an old enemy of the United States, expressed his solidarity and condolences. Britain's leader was all-embracing.
This is not a battle between the United States of America and terrorism, but between the free and democratic world and terrorism. We therefore here in Britain stand shoulder to shoulder with our American friends in this hour of tragedy, and we, like them, will not rest until this evil is driven from our world.
But the Taliban regime in Afghanistan, which harbors the chief suspect, Osama bin Laden, rushed to deny that he could have had anything to do with it. The Taliban ambassador to Pakistan warned that it would be a great mistake for America to retaliate before completing an investigation. Former Israeli leader Ehud Barak, who was visiting London, was unequivocal in his demand that terrorism be stamped out.
Whoever is ready to host these kind of activities should be automatically isolated from the community of nations and be treated as a rogue state, and every group of terrorists headed by whoever is there should be dealt with as terror thugs. Only the policy that our ancestors were ready to take against pirates on the high seas is appropriate.
But unofficially, the steadfast support for the United States was also being tempered with a hint of reality.
Europeans may consider that perhaps the close alignment of European and American policy over the trouble spots in the world, over general issues of world policy, may not be as appropriate as it seemed, that the transatlantic relationship that appeared to be seamless may in fact not be quite so close in the future as it's been in the past.
That nervousness was echoed by stock markets as they began to open up around the world. Stocks took a dive. One expert suggested that capitalism is a prime target for terrorists.
Because they're against capitalism, because they're against the spread of globalization, because they're against the spread of American economic power. Therefore, their aim was to attack the economy, to attack capitalism, and to declare that it is their enemy, and they're going to destroy it.
There have been a number of bomb scares around the world. The highest building in the world in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, was temporarily evacuated. So was a skyscraper in Frankfurt. The American Armed Forces are on the highest state of alert, and everyone is now asking, how will the United States government react? Listen.
Tom Fenton from London. Tom, thank you. In some parts of the Middle East, there are actually celebrations. CBS's David Hawkins is in Tel Aviv.
There's no shortage of people in the Middle East who, for various reasons, hate the United States. Much of the Arab world condemns the U.S. for its support of Israel, and there were some scattered celebrations when news of the carnage reached this part of the world. But while some Palestinian militants said America had it coming, all denied having anything to do with the attacks. Palestinian Authority President Yasser Arafat seemed as astonished as anyone else.
We are completely shocked. Completely shocked. Unbelievable.
Some Israeli terrorism experts say Palestinian groups don't have the ability to carry out attacks of such magnitude and complexity. Then, of course, there's Iraq, which has its own scores to settle with the United States. But for radical Islamic fundamentalists like Osama bin Laden, who's declared a religious war against America and has carried out successful attacks in the past, the hatred of the United States runs deeper than politics.
Most Islamic groups are first and foremost interested in domestic issues. Osama bin Laden's group, on the other hand, is interested in the situation of Islam worldwide. Osama bin Laden views himself as the fighter for Islam against Western ways of life.
While the conflict between Palestinians and Israelis and the unhealed wounds of the Gulf War may fuel Osama bin Laden and his followers, their hatred of America and anything not in line with their extreme religious views is far more fundamental. David Hawkins, CBS News, Tel Aviv.
And President Bush has been huddling all morning, all evening with security officials to try to determine who is behind this, seeking to reassure the American public, though earlier, and send a strong message to the rest of the world. President Bush addressed the nation last night.
Good evening. Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices. Secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shattered steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight, I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you. Good night, and God bless America.
On Capitol Hill this morning, partisan bickering is forgotten. Everyone is lining up, of course, on one side against terrorism. Chief Washington correspondent Bob Schieffer has more on that.
The Capitol was shut down today, the workers were sent home, and the congressional leaders, in a security measure that has never been used before, were helicoptered away to a secure location. But tonight, in an incredible show of bipartisan resolve, hundreds of members of Congress gathered on the steps of the Capitol to say these acts of terrorism will not stand, the government will continue to operate, and Congress will continue to function, and that the two parties will come together to support the president.
When American suffers, and when people perpetrate acts against this country, we as a Congress and as a government stand united, and we stand together. We will speak with one voice to condemn these attacks, to comfort the victims and their families, to commit our full support to the effort to bring those responsible to justice.
It was a kind of thing seldom seen here, and in a touching close, they literally sang the praises of their country.
God bless America, my home, sweet home.
And so it was that Congress put aside its partisan sniping on the steps of the Capitol. All those arguments about who lost the surplus, they just didn't seem very important anymore. Bob Schieffer, CBS News, Washington.
The attack on America was an attack, first and foremost, on powerful symbols of America. Richard Schlesinger now with what these symbols represent and why they were targets.
It is difficult to overestimate the power of these images.
Oh my God!
Difficult to put into words what today's attacks have done to the nation. Calamities almost unparalleled in the country's history.
Pearl Harbor is one of the first things that comes to mind.
Evan Cornog is a historian and journalist at Columbia University. As the attack unfolded live before our eyes, it was hard not to be reminded of the most recent large-scale sneak attack, almost 60 years ago.
A date which will live in infamy.
After Pearl Harbor, there was the Japanese fleet to go after. One knew where to find the enemy. Here, it's a much more complicated issue.
Just as the U.S. Navy was a symbol of our power then, the Pentagon and the World Trade Center were symbols of our power now, our place in the world.
So those towers are saying, look at us, we're important. And somebody has come along and said, you're not as important as you think.
We are certainly not as invulnerable as we may have thought. For years, authorities have practiced for terrorist attacks, many times under the direction of Jerome Hauer, a former emergency management official in New York.
You have to plan for the worst. That's just, particularly in a city like in New York, in Washington, D.C., the real thing is never like a drill. The enormity of the situation today is just incredible.
The symbolism of the attack was impossible to ignore overseas.
The feeling is that throughout the world, the Americans are not as powerful as they were thought to be. Therefore, these terrorists were really going to achieve a symbolic victory.
But officials here in New York and in Washington know the difference between a symbolic victory and a real victory. When the World Trade Center was brought to the ground, the country was brought to its knees. But terrorism experts say just for a while.
Did the bad guys win today? They got that image. They got, well, they certainly just struck a blow today. There's no question about it. We are a very resilient nation, and we are very resilient people.
And we're a very different people than we were just before 9 o'clock this morning when this all began. Richard Schlesinger, CBS News, New York.
After watching all this, you may be sitting there right now saying, what can I do? Well, what you can do is contact your local Red Cross, go to your local Red Cross, donate blood. That blood will be shuttled to victims in Washington and New York. They especially need blood types O positive and O negative. And now you are up to the minute. That ends our part of the coverage for CBS, but stay with CBS News for the rest of today as we continue coverage of Attack on America. You are watching continuing CBS News coverage of the attack on America. An attack on America.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Terrorists strike in New York and Washington. Thousands are killed, millions more frightened. On the morning after, America mourns the dead and searches for answers. I'm Julie Chen, and this is special extended coverage of Attack on America on the CBS Morning News for Wednesday, September 12th. It is being called an act of war, another Pearl Harbor. There is no way to know yet how many people died in Tuesday's wide-ranging terrorist attack. Here is the latest. Thousands of victims are trapped in the remains of New York's World Trade Center, including up to 300 firefighters. Hundreds more may be trapped at the Pentagon. President Bush met with his top national security officials Tuesday night and called the attacks evil, despicable acts of terror. Airports nationwide are shut down and financial markets are closed. Rescue crews have been working all night at the World Trade Center, or what was the World Trade Center. The task they face is beyond belief. Lee Cowan is in Lower Manhattan with the latest. Lee, what can you tell us?
Stand by. Well, good morning, Julie. New York is certainly a very different place this morning. Indeed, the country is a very different place this morning. We want to take you to ground zero at what used to be the World Trade Center, where we returned from just a short while ago, where rescue efforts are, in fact, underway there this morning, and there are, believe it or not, some success stories. Talking to a firefighter just about an hour and a half ago, he said he was there when they pulled a Port Authority worker out of some of the wreckage this morning. He had been buried in that wreckage for more than 16 hours. He came out alive. He said the first thing he wanted to do is call his wife on a cell phone. He did that. He walked away, apparently with relatively minor injuries. Unfortunately, however, that does not seem to be the case for everybody. That story seems to be somewhat of an anomaly. Even physicians that are down here volunteering their efforts to try and help the wounded say, unfortunately, there is very little for them to do. Take a listen.
Looks like everything stopped in mid-action. There's an EMS stretcher right there. Doors are open. They were going to save people and they never made it. We got a call on the cell phone that there might be some people alive, but we haven't found any.
So far, the estimates for the casualties are in the thousands, but that is about as specific as anyone can get at this point. Doctors, for the most part, are really treating injuries that the rescuers are receiving at this point. And the grim statistic is that there are far more dead than there are wounded at this point. And really, the numbers have only begun to trickle in this morning. Julie.
Lee, can you give me a sense of the mood where you are? I know that driving in this morning in the middle of the night, it was a very eerie feeling going through town, but give us a sense of what the mood is at ground zero where you are.
You know, it's hard to describe, Joey. It's shock, it's disbelief. You see a lot of people walking around with dazed expressions on their faces. There are still people that tears come to their eyes when you ask them what they've seen. There's some people telling you they don't want to tell you what they've seen. I don't think anybody here was certainly prepared for any of this, and I don't think that they're prepared for what they may see in the coming days either.
Would you say, what are we, 18 hours since the first explosion? Would you say there's a sense of controlled chaos at this hour, or is everyone completely focused on this search and what we're still calling search and rescue operation instead of a search and recovery operation?
Well, I think there's a sense of frustration because so many of the search and rescue teams are here, and a lot of them are still waiting to be able to get in and start that search and rescue effort. To some extent, that is going on into some buildings and in the places where they can get at some of the debris, but further in, and some of the places where the fires continue to burn, especially in some of the lower areas. One of the firefighters we were talking to said some of the buildings are still burning very intensely. You just can't see it because it's under so much debris. Presumably, there are people in those areas. Firefighters say there are a lot of pockets in there that they're hopeful that they will find people, but there is that sense of frustration at this point. They can't get in and get to some of those pockets.
Lee Cowan at what was the World Trade Center. Thank you for that report this morning. A grim-faced President Bush spoke to the nation last night from the Oval Office. He talked for about 5 minutes, vowed to bring those responsible to justice, and promised not to distinguish between the terrorists and those who give them refuge.
Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful, and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism.
Congress will be in session today. On the steps of the Capitol Tuesday, members expressed strong bipartisan support for the president. In the wake of the terrorist attacks, some closings and cancellations for the day. The New York and American stock exchanges will be closed today, as will the NASDAQ. Airports around the nation will be closed at least until noon Eastern time. Federal offices will be open. Major League Baseball games may be postponed today, as they were Tuesday. Broadway performances in New York are canceled indefinitely. By now, the images are etched in the nation's consciousness. An unprecedented show of terrorist horror directed at the towers of New York's World Trade Center. Byron Pitts reports on the attack that's being compared to Pearl Harbor in 1941.
8:48 a.m. Mayhem in Manhattan.
We saw a plane coming very low, and everyone said, wow, that plane is very, very low. Come on, guys, keep moving. I was walking to work, and all of a sudden, I see a jet crash into the first tower.
An American Airlines flight loaded with 92 people crashes head-on into the North Tower of the World Trade Center.
And then we heard the crash. We ran to the window.
Into the building. It went into the Trade Center.
And we hit the Trade Center. We saw the shrapnel fall, and then we said, get out.
And minutes later.
There's another one. Another plane just hit. Right. Oh, my God. Another plane has just hit.
I heard a roar, and I looked around thinking that it had to be a helicopter, and I looked up, and I saw the second plane hit.
What the hell is that?
A second commercial plane, a United Airlines jet, also hijacked, carrying 65 people, plows into the South Tower.
First one we thought was an accident. When we heard there was a second one, we definitely thought it was terrorism.
On the ground, witnesses could not believe their eyes. 70 stories up with the building burning. Reason gave way to desperation. New York's bravest never had a chance.
We really never even got to that close to the building. An explosion blew and it knocked everybody over. Oh my God!
Less than an hour later, the South Tower came crumbling down.
It collapsed. The top floors collapsed down. I saw it blow and then ran like hell. Thank God. I'm 69, but I can still run.
But it was far from over.
Tower 2 collapsed into Tower 1. Within minutes after that, we were ordered out.
When the dust settled, signs of life started to emerge.
Chaos. It's just chaos out here. It really is. So the Twin Towers fall. It's amazing. It's crazy. I can't believe this shit is happening. I really can't. It's nightmares. Armageddon right here.
This was the worst act of terrorism on U.S. soil, but not the first attack on the World Trade Center. 8 years ago, terrorists set off bombs in the basement in an effort to take down the two towers. They failed. Mission accomplished.
I tell you what, it's a sad day for America. It really is.
Firefighters and police officers and paramedics by the hundreds stood by, many of them feeling helpless. There was nothing they could do at this point because the building was still unsecured.
Our main priority is to get in, do a search and rescue, look for survivors, and then clean up what's left. And we can't do that until the building is deemed safe.
Ankle deep in debris and despair, rescue workers waited. Some had relatives of their own inside. One police officer told me her sister worked here on the 40th floor, due in at 9 a.m. She was always early, she said. Always. A sign on a paramedic's van spoke volumes.
We know we have some of the major brass of our department missing. We're trying to find them, too.
New York Port Authority Police Chief William Hall choked back tears. For him, this was no longer just work.
On a personal level, because I know that these are all your men and it's a business, but I'm sure that a lot of these guys are your friends. How you holding up?
It's business now, it's personal now.
Sir?
It's personal now. We have to get them.
As many officials concede, it could be weeks before we know how many died in the deadliest terror attack ever waged against the United States. In Washington, where the terrorists crashed a third plane into the nerve center of the U.S. military, the Pentagon is open for business this morning. But officials concede 100 to 800 bodies may be buried beneath the rubble. David Martin reports.
People have been lifted out and taken away in ambulances, and the numbers will be calculated, and it will not be a few.
The first attack ever on the Pentagon occurred at 9:38 a.m. Eastern Time.
Clipped this pole over here, hit another pole and slammed right into the building. Huge explosion, and then utter pandemonium, as you might imagine. I mean, everybody was screaming, "Oh my God."
A hijacked American Airlines jet, which had just taken off from Dulles Airport, flew right up the main highway leading north into Washington and straight into the citadel of American military power.
There was no doubt about it. It was American Airlines slammed right into the building, and there was no doubt about it. Whoever was piloting that plane was aiming for the Pentagon.
Fearful that, like the World Trade Center, a second airliner was on its way, most of the building's 23,000 workers fled.
Plane's coming in. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. We're not playing around here. Let's go.
F-16 fighters circled overhead looking for a second attack, but the damage had already been done. The plane had drilled a hole about a third of the way through the world's largest office building. The wounded were rushed to nearby hospitals as the fire spread and an entire section of the building collapsed, trapping many, many more inside.
Arlington search and rescue personnel are just now, and it's about almost 2 o'clock, just now gaining access to portions of the building where the plane hit because the fires were too intense.
One ray of hope. The Pentagon is undergoing a major renovation, and some of the offices in the path of the plane were vacant.
We're trying to find out who made it out okay and account for the people that may not have made it out.
When the plane hit, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld moved from his office on the other side of the building into the National Military Command Center in the basement. With smoke hanging in the air, he ordered aircraft carriers, amphibious ships, cruisers, and destroyers to New York and Washington, where they can serve as floating hospitals, help with the cleanup, and provide air defense against the possibility of more attacks. And the chairman of the Joint Chiefs made a clear threat of military retaliation.
I have no intentions of discussing today what comes next, but make no mistake about it, your armed forces are ready.
Right now, suspicion focuses on Osama bin Laden, but first things first. The FBI is combing the wreckage for evidence, and all U.S. military bases and embassies are at the highest state of alert. David Martin, CBS News, the Pentagon.
A fourth hijacked plane crashed in Pennsylvania. The 4 airliners had a total of 266 people on board. There are no known survivors. No one is claiming responsibility for the attacks, but the Bush administration says early evidence points to suspected fugitive terrorist Osama bin Laden. New York Times reporter Judith Miller is an expert on bin Laden. She told CBS News he may not be directly involved.
Well, I have a problem saying it's absolutely bin Laden because we don't know yet whether or not a group like the bin Laden network, and I think it's very important to emphasize the network as opposed to this one man. We don't know yet if his networks received help from a state, perhaps a state that had long-standing grievances against our country.
For instance, tick off a few states that might be.
Iran, Iraq, much more likely. We don't know enough yet, and that's why I think people are hesitant to immediately point the finger. However, the New York Times is going to be reporting that all preliminary indications point to the Osama bin Laden networks, to the Al-Qaeda group.
The networks, Al-Qaeda. In the last trials, recently concluded in
ongoing in
the penalty phase. There was some discussion that and attempt to portray some of these folks as bumbling Keystone cops, regular guys.
No, I interviewed some of the Al-Qaeda members and parts of his networks, both in prison in Jordan and in Afghanistan when I was invited by the Taliban to visit. And when I interviewed prisoners, I did not see the wild-eyed, crazy guy who stands on a street corner in an Arab capital screaming for American death. What I saw often were well-educated, middle-class people, well-trained, who are willing to sacrifice their own lives to kill Americans. This is a new kind of terrorism and a new kind of terrorist that we're seeing.
I asked you, is it possible they actually had pilots that were flying these planes into the buildings? You said, of course.
Yes, we know that one of the former terrorists who is now assisting the U.S. government in prosecuting the Africa bombing cases, he himself was a pilot. He used to be Osama bin Laden's pilot, and American intelligence has apparently had information since the early 90s suggesting that Osama bin Laden's camps trained, among other things, pilots. So this is a long-planned operation. This is not something you can pull off in an afternoon or with 2 or 6 weeks of work. In all cases that I've looked at of his operations, the preparations go back in some cases for years.
Nations around the world are condemning the deadly suicide bombings, including Israel, the biggest U.S. ally in the Middle East. But there is also joy. David Hawkins is in Tel Aviv with that story. Morning, David.
Good morning, Julie. There are pockets of celebration in the Middle East over America's tragedy. Iraqi television played a patriotic song with the lyrics "Death to America" over pictures of the carnage. In the Palestinian territories, some Palestinians danced in the streets. Many Arabs despise the U.S. for its staunch support of Israel. But most Palestinians, however, including Palestinian Authority President Yasser Arafat, appeared genuinely horrified at the news.
We are completely shocked. Unbelievable.
Mr. Arafat condemned those few of his people who celebrated the tragedy and expressed his condolences to America and Americans. Israel's Prime Minister Ariel Sharon declared today a national day of mourning. Israelis are lining up to donate blood and are laying wreaths outside the U.S. Embassy here in Tel Aviv. Fearing copycat attacks, Israel has sealed its borders to non-Israelis for 24 hours, and all non-Israeli flights in and out of the country have been canceled. Many Israelis with friends and relatives in the United States found their usual roles reversed, making rather than receiving anxious telephone calls in the aftermath of a terrorist attack. Julie?
David, there are some reports this morning that some Israelis are saying that Arafat is their bin Laden. Can you address that at all?
Well, there's certainly a common feeling now. Prime Minister Ariel Sharon last night said that Israel and the United States, as well as other nations, should unite to fight an international terrorist threat. Julie?
Thank you. David, one more question before you go. Some people are saying that now Americans are getting a sense of what it must be like to live in fear, to live in the Middle East where bombings are unfortunately very common. Can you talk to me about that at all? You've been based in Tel Aviv for months now. And you're an American.
Many people are.
I'm sorry, go ahead, David.
Many people are drawing the comparison. There's at least one big difference. The scale and scope and the magnitude of the attack in the United States far exceeds anything that's happened here in recent months, in the last 11 months, if not ever. I think, however, it certainly does create a sense of solidarity, a sense of understanding amongst Americans for what Israelis have been living with for a very long time. Julie?
David Hawkins reporting from Tel Aviv for us this morning. Thank you for that report. The skies over America remain quiet as a flight ban continues. The FAA says the ban will not be lifted until at least noon Eastern time today. When planes take to the air again, air travel and the security surrounding it will likely never be the same. Correspondent Vince Gonzalez is in Los Angeles with that story. Morning to you, Vince.
Good morning, Julie. There's an eerie quiet here this morning, except for the occasional military jet. The skies are empty. Passenger jets sit on the tarmac, completely silent. Inside the terminals at LAX, automated messages go out over the PA system, but there's no one there to hear them except security personnel. There's no word yet on exactly when planes will begin taking off, but last night there were questions about how officials here and across the country will guarantee the safety of the traveling public.
Isn't this a wake-up call that the security, especially the screening of passengers, obviously needs to be improved in the United States?
I don't think it's appropriate to speculate on what caused this and where the problem is.
But a review of government records reveals serious problems with America's airport security.
Oh my God!
The two airlines involved in yesterday's terrorist attack have been repeatedly cited for security violations. In the last 6 months of 2000, American Airlines was fined more than $400,000 for 49 incidents. United Airlines was fined $356,000 for 38 incidents. Just a month ago, the FAA proposed fining American Airlines an additional $99,000 for security violations at several airports, including Boston's Logan Airport, where two of yesterday's doomed flights originated. And from 1997 to 1999, Logan Airport and airlines operating there were cited at least 136 times by the FAA for violations, including passenger screening problems, allowing weapons through checkpoints, and letting unauthorized people into secure areas. In a separate investigation in May, federal agents with fake badges or IDs purchased on the internet penetrated the most secure areas of America's federal buildings and airports. After a series of security breaches at Los Angeles International Airport, a reporter from KCBS TV went undercover in 1999.
Is security so loose that it's possible for a terrorist to get a weapon on an airplane? We found out it's not only possible, in some cases, it's easy.
Security staff failed to properly check passengers. A producer posing as a traveler in a wheelchair was pushed around metal detectors and not adequately inspected. The government says security staff is poorly trained and many make less than fast food workers.
Now, after those stories aired, airport officials say changes were made here in Los Angeles, but security experts caution that no level of security will prevent a suicidal terrorist bent on bringing a plane down. Julie?
Unfortunately, that is true. Vince Gonzalez in Los Angeles, thank you. Let's take another look at the very latest. Fires and unstable debris are hampering rescue efforts at the wreckage of New York's World Trade Center, where thousands of people died Tuesday. Rescuers did find at least one survivor this morning. At the Pentagon, hundreds of bodies may still be trapped in the rubble after Tuesday's attack. The Secretary of Defense says the Pentagon will be open for business today. American forces worldwide remain on a high state of alert. President Bush is promising that the U.S. will find out who is responsible and bring them to justice. 5 suspects reportedly have been identified and tied to evidence. Some of you will be joining your local stations. Stay with us for special coverage of the attack on America. In the hours after Tuesday's attack, dozens of world leaders offered their condolences. Among them, Russian President Vladimir Putin. Elizabeth Palmer has more.
Overnight, visibly shocked and grieving Russians placed flowers and messages of support outside the American embassy in Moscow. We remember the terrorist bombings of apartment buildings here, says Anya, and we know the fear people feel when they aren't even safe in their own homes. When I first saw the pictures, I couldn't believe my eyes, said Eduard. I thought I was watching a science fiction movie. Shortly after the first plane crashed, Russia's Security Council met in emergency session. The national militia has been put on alert, and airspace over Moscow and St. Petersburg has been closed. President Vladimir Putin spoke on Russian television to express his sympathy and his outrage. This goes beyond the United States' national borders, he said. It's a wanton act of contempt against all humanity. I want to tell the American people on behalf of Russia, we are with you. We share and feel your pain. We support you. Coverage of the unfolding tragedy was carried live in special programming on Russian television most of the day. Newspaper sales were brisk as Russians, many of whom have visited or have family in the United States, searched for details.
I've been many times in World Trade Center, and I can imagine what is it. And it's terrible. It's incredible.
This morning, the American embassy in Moscow is under heavier guard than usual, and the flag is flying at half-mast. The government also says it has a plane load of emergency rescue specialists waiting at Moscow's airport in case the American government does need further assistance. Julie.
Thank you, Elizabeth. You've been watching special extended coverage of Attack on America on the CBS Morning News. Our coverage will continue in just a moment. Stations, stay with us as we cover this story that started at 8:45. Let's go back for a minute now to Elizabeth Palmer in Moscow. Elizabeth, are you still with me?
I'm still with you, Julie.
Okay, I'm sorry, as this is a ongoing story. We're a little bit confused here, but can you give me a sense of what the mood is like on the streets of Moscow? I imagine complete shock.
Complete shock, I think partly because Russians have thought of America as Fortress America, impregnable, the winner of the Cold War, and so that they are stunned to think that in fact America was this vulnerable all along. Also, just massive outpouring of grief and sympathy at a deeply human level. I myself had lots of phone calls last night from Russian friends just wanting to say, have you lost anybody close? We can't tell you how terribly sorry we are.
It really is. It really is unimaginable that something of this scale could happen on U.S. soil. Do you also get a sense that there is a sort of bond that is bringing what years ago, with the Cold War, Moscow was considered the enemy, and now suddenly Moscow and the United States are being brought together by such a tragic and horrific event?
Terrible circumstances and a very sad reminder of how quickly politics can change. There was certainly no hint of any post-Cold War chill in the Russian emotional reaction to this disaster. I think also the Russians are very sensitive to this, because if the American government does indeed pursue Islamic extremists for this act, it's going to touch something that Russians are aware of. They have borders with countries which have a very dangerous Islamic extremist groups, and so in a certain sense they feel this threat quite closely.
In a time of tragedy like this, many different nations lend support. Are you getting a sense that Vladimir Putin is going to try and reach out to President Bush and offer any sort of resources at all?
Well, I mentioned the plane load of search and emergency rescue specialists. If you'll recall, a couple of years ago, Moscow had terrible terrorist bombings of apartment buildings here in the city, which were never really solved. However, they do have very highly trained experts who are experts at getting into buildings in situations like this, collapsed buildings after explosions, and I know that they're ready and waiting to go if needed. I think maybe on the foreign policy front, Vladimir Putin is very eager to offer Russian assistance for intelligence help in combating international terrorism.
Elizabeth Palmer, thank you. You've been watching special extended coverage of Attack on America on the CBS Morning News. Our coverage will continue in a moment.
From WJXT News Channel 4, this is Eyewitness News Daybreak.
Good morning, everyone. It's 5 o'clock on this Wednesday morning. This is a special edition of Eyewitness News Daybreak, America Under Attack.
We're learning new information this morning about the series of deadly blows on New York and Washington.
A huge sign of hope. New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani says police have received cell phone calls from people trapped in the rubble of the World Trade Center.
Yet Giuliani isn't saying just how many have actually called in. Officials do fear thousands of people are feared dead in those attacks.
I want to tell you about some closings right now. All Camden County schools are closed today.
And Jacksonville International Airport is shut down at least until noon today.
And NAS Jackson Mayport are both on highest alert until further notice.
We have live team coverage this morning, beginning with CBS News correspondent Jennifer Jones. She joins us live from the Pentagon, where up to 800 people are still missing. Jennifer.
Well, usually this time of morning, commuters are beginning to clog the roadways as they head into work. But today, there is an eerie calm about the nation's capital. You can still see smoke coming from the Pentagon and that gaping hole, just a part of the worst terrorist attack in U.S. history. This is the scene as crews continue to search for survivors and victims. A thick coating of dust covers the wasteland of twisted steel and rubble, the remains of what was once a shining symbol of America. Just yesterday, the screams of panic and faces of horror were like scenes from a movie. Real-life terror as two hijacked airliners carrying scores of passengers slammed into the Twin Towers of New York's World Trade Center.
Chaos. It's just chaos out here, it really is. So the Twin Towers fall. It's amazing. It's crazy.
Meanwhile, in Washington, the Pentagon also came under attack when a third hijacked plane crashed into the sprawling military complex, killing as many as 800 people. And yet, a fourth hijacked passenger plane was reduced to rubble after it crashed south of Pittsburgh, a final blow that may have spared the presidential retreat of Camp David, the alleged target. In the aftermath, President Bush made it clear that justice will prevail for those who are responsible.
We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them.
Back in New York, emergency crews are working at their grim task, while the full extent of the damage and loss of life remains unknown. The heart of America has been changed forever. Now, rescue workers have set up a makeshift morgue outside of the Pentagon as they pull bodies from the debris. Meanwhile, sources say the FBI is searching sites in Central and South Florida where information has turned up, placing supporters of terrorist fugitive Osama bin Laden aboard the crashed jets. That is the latest from Washington. I'm Jennifer Jones. Now back to you.
And if you're like most Americans, you've probably been watching these events since 8:50 yesterday morning. But because of the sheer magnitude of this tragedy, we want to look again at how these attacks were executed. We now know that 266 people were aboard the 4 commercial planes that were hijacked. There were no survivors. American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles. American Airlines Flight 77 from Washington, D.C. to Los Angeles. United Airlines Flight 93 from Newark to San Francisco, and United Airlines Flight 175 from Boston to Los Angeles. The airlines have set up 2 phone lines to relatives of people on those flights. The American Airlines number is this, 1-800-245-0999. United Airlines 1-800-932-8555. We urge you to be patient. It may take a while to get through. The lines have been very busy.
Airlines passengers stranded in Jacksonville will have to wait at least until noon to get a flight out. Channel 4's Heather Murphy joins us live from Jacksonville International Airport, which has been shut down since yesterday. Heather.
Since yesterday, and I'm sure you're going to hear this a lot today. This is an hour when normally what you would see behind me would be cars streaming up, beginning a long day of travel, and obviously you see absolutely nothing. We've seen a few security cars. Otherwise, it's completely dead. We've got a few things here that are new. The New York Times and the Wall Street Journal, that's being delivered as normally, but otherwise, everything is completely quiet here.
Yes, I was. We were flying from Atlanta down to West Palm Beach on business, and about halfway there, they just said we have an operational emergency and need to land the airplane immediately in Jacksonville. The airplane was fine, but there were a lot of very nervous faces on the airplane.
Nervous because at first passengers thought something was wrong with the airplane, only to learn that tragedy had already struck.
How'd you find out then what had happened?
The captain came back on the PA and he said that he had not a lot of information, but had heard there had been some terroristic threats and possibly some terrorist activity that had taken place.
Passengers waited in long lines to rent cars and find someplace to stay.
Sad, very sad. We have a lot of sick people out there.
What will you do now?
Pray. That's all I can say.
That was just a taste of some of what it looked like here yesterday in the moments immediately following the terrorist attack that struck both New York and Washington, D.C. Folks arrived here on planes diverted from several areas. 25 planes were diverted here, people who have spent the night and are probably now wondering, what do I do today? We hear that, of course, most of the nation's airways will be open again at noon. However, the folks here at JIA say they are not 100% sure that's going to happen. They have not been notified. So please, all of you who are trying to leave Jacksonville today, please call your airline or the airport first before you come here, even though there are reports that we will be opening at noon. That's not 100% confirmed yet. Of course, we will try to confirm that all morning long as officials start to check in and figure out what's going on this morning, and we'll let you know what we find out as soon as we do. But in the meantime, things here are still quite shut down tight. We're live at JIA. I'm Heather Murphy. Thanks so much, Heather. As you can imagine, military installations are on high alert. Channel 4's Jennifer Waugh is live at Mayport. She's joining us by phone. Jennifer.
Joyce, it's a gloomy start to the day after one of the worst terrorist attacks in U.S. history. Lightning is preventing us from raising the mast of our live truck here at Mayport. Right now, only a few cars have sped past us heading for the base. We did speak with a public affairs officer who says only military and civilian personnel considered essential status are to report to Mayport, NAS Jacksonville, and Kings Bay bases this morning. Now, the spokesperson says all those who fit into that essential category know exactly who they are, and he says absolutely no one else is to come to the base, any of the local bases this morning, until told otherwise. Now, yesterday, Mayport and all military bases around the country were upgraded to ThreatCon Delta, which is considered the highest security alert. Cars were backed up here at Mayport for some distance as that security was increased. Now, those of you allowed to be here must have proper ID or car decals this morning, or else we're told you will be turned around. Absolutely no exceptions. Now, we are in direct contact with the public affairs contact in charge of all three bases in our area. He says we will get regular updates to keep local personnel informed as much as possible about exactly what is going on at the military bases here in the area. That is, of course, the latest from Mayport Naval Base. For now, I'm Jennifer Waugh.
Well, let's take a pause in our coverage of America under attack for a quick check of our forecast. And you heard Jennifer mention just moments ago that lightning prevented them from lifting the mast of the live truck. That's because it's raining out there right now, Joe.
Rob, it's a very wet situation along the coast. Rainfall amounts are going to pick up continuously throughout the morning hours, and it's going to make it to be a rather difficult day for commuters heading on into work and to school here this morning. Once again, the showers and thunder showers returned to the area overnight, starting off around, say, 10 o'clock last night, and those rain showers have been banding on shore. Heaviest of rain right now actually out toward the Kings Bay area, southward through the Mayport area, then further on down the coast, as you can see here, passing out toward the Orange Park area. Now, these showers will continue to be pushed off toward the west, and then they will fade away pretty rapidly before reaching 301 here this afternoon, and therefore the bulk of the rain will be along the immediate coast itself. Quick look at the other Doppler. I'm just going to show you how things are moving in terms of their direction. You can see the bands of heavy rainfall coming on shore. Another heavy downpour occurring out toward the south side here this morning. The rainfall amounts, again, will continue to build. We're looking at between another 1 to 3 inches of rain along the immediate coast and maybe up to about a ½ inch in the downtown area. And very clearly, you can see it fades away as it moves inland here this morning. A couple of the details to get involved with here this morning. You're looking at the rain up and down the east coast of the state of Florida, but down there in the southeastern Gulf of Mexico, new tropical depression down there you may have not have been aware of given the events that have been going on. We'll continue to monitor that. There is great potential for that to develop into a tropical storm over the next 12 hours or so. Again, heavy rains here this morning. Drive very carefully. The roadways are likely to remain wet up until about 9 o'clock this morning. Back to you.
Thanks so much, John. Students around the nation are learning a lesson that they will never forget.
In many local classrooms, it was business as usual, but not without a feeling of shock about the attack that is terrorizing the nation. In spite of the terror in the Northeast, it was a normal day at Hendricks Avenue Elementary. Normal aside from a morning lockdown, so no students were allowed out on the campus. By afternoon, the playground was more lively, though a lot of the students were already gone home. At Hendricks Avenue Elementary, about 200 parents came to pick up their children, not just because they were worried about their safety, but just because they wanted to be together.
Anytime we're kind of concerned about something, we want our family around us. And a lot of parents are concerned that their children will hear this news from someone else first.
Teachers here didn't turn on TVs in the classroom. They did tell some students there was a terrible accident in New York City. Most TVs were on at Andrew Jackson Senior High, and school officials there made sure everyone knew about today's attack. They did cancel afternoon extracurricular activities, but everything else was class as usual, almost.
It's a different type of learning, and right now the nation is suffering. And I think these students have to try to come to grasp with what's going on across the world.
It's a horrible lesson in history no student will ever forget. A reminder this morning that all Camden County schools are closed for today.
Security precautions are being taken throughout Jacksonville and surrounding areas. City buildings will be open today. Officials say they are ready to lend a helping hand if necessary. Specially trained firefighters are standing by.
Still continuing to look at our capability of responding if we are asked to do so. Beyond that, it's business as usual.
City officials say they will be back at the emergency center today during normal hours. They also say they're taking this one day at a time.
And if you'd like to help out any of the victims of the attack, monetary donations are being taken at the Northeast chapter of the American Red Cross. That's located at 751 Riverside Avenue. Make your checks payable to Disaster Relief Fund. The Florida-Georgia Blood Alliance will also be open for donations. They'll be taking them from 8 until 10 o'clock at 2153 Kingsley Avenue.
The federal buildings downtown are scheduled to be open today. The city's emergency preparedness plan remains in place. Security's been beefed up at the federal courthouse and the Charles E. Bennett Federal Building. Yesterday, all federal buildings closed around 2 o'clock. Even though the attack happened hundreds of miles away, the mayor says we're not taking any chances here.
Not appear to be credible threats to those of us in Florida, but obviously we must proceed very, very cautiously over the next few hours and few days.
The head of security for all federal property in Jacksonville says officers scoured the buildings inside and out looking for anything suspicious. Some local businesses and government agencies, including the IRS, had offices in the World Trade Center.
And we do remind you to take a look at the bottom line at the bottom of your screen if you need any information during the day that we might not be saying right at that time. As you can imagine, many people are concerned and comparing the attack to Pearl Harbor, except that this is really different.
Yeah, right. By definition, Pearl Harbor was an act of war.
And this, most people will tell you, was an act of terrorism. Channel 4's Heather Murphy has more on that.
Terrorism is a war, primarily.
It will be days, maybe weeks, before we know who or what did this to us. And terrorism experts say, especially in the early days, there's precious little we have to go on to get to that answer.
The only calling card that I've seen so far is the fact that the individuals who obviously organized this were willing to die themselves. And of course, this has been a pattern of terrorism coming out of the Middle East.
We don't know if this came from the Middle East. What we do know, it was well-financed, well-planned, and well-coordinated, which experts say suggests it was not a reaction to any recent action, like the United States withdrawal last week from the United Nations Conference on Racism because of a disagreement over Israel.
It's unlikely that it will be triggered by any specific event, at least any specific recent event. I would think it would be someone who is either simply trying to make a symbolic point.
A symbolic point about any number of the issues for which the United States is criticized worldwide, including current Middle East policy.
The United States as the sole superpower hegemon of the world today is viewed by many in the world, like it or not, as an enemy.
Heather Murphy, Channel 4 Eyewitness News.
This attack comes on the 15-year anniversary of the Camp David Accords. The State Department says the reaction to terrorist attacks is to back down and determine who is responsible, both of which officials say is happening right now.
This act of violence is still sinking in for many people. Bruce Hamilton talked to people around our area who say they'll never forget what was done to our country.
I'm definitely wondering how this could happen here. All our anti-terrorism that we supposedly have, the CIA, the FBI, the military intelligence, where were they?
This makes Pearl Harbor look like peanuts.
Oh yeah, because at least they went after military.
Right.
And I mean, at least, you know, when we're all in uniform, we're paid to serve our country and pay the ultimate dues. These people in New York.
They were just innocent people going to work at 9 o'clock in the morning, 10 to 9, one plane hits, and they look up, and here comes another plane.
Yeah, and you think of the towers, all right, they got 50,000 employees in those two towers. They got nurseries for their children in those two towers.
We thought Oklahoma was the worst thing possible to ever happen.
Why?
This is the worst thing that's happened in the United States.
This is the most devastating
in the history of the
thing
United States.
that's happened in the United States.
And there is indeed one other reaction that has stuck in my mind. A father and son were talking, and the son said, "Dad, I keep seeing the pictures of that plane crashing through the World Trade Center playing over and over again in my mind, kind of like it's a videotape. I'm going to have nightmares." The father looked at him and paused for a second and said, "Son, it's America's nightmare." Bruce Hamilton, Eyewitness News, Daybreak.
A lot of people are wondering what they can do to help. Well, donating blood is one. For information on blood drives, school closings, prayer services, and much more, you can continue to check the bottom line on your screen throughout the morning.
The nation is waking up this morning still in a state of shock. Yesterday, we talked to local residents who watched in horror as this nightmare unfolded.
Early on, people still made their way to the mall, but even then there was an eerie sense of instability as most stopped often to get updates on the terrorist attacks.
I do have most of my family. My dad's from New York and most of my family still live there, so we're scrambling, trying to get a hold of people, make sure they're all right. I have an aunt that works not too far away from the World Trade Center.
Between customers, Daniel Irizarry was either on the phone or watching television.
While the details continue to unfold, the speculation continues to run rampant. Yet here in Regency Square Mall, there is a renewed sense of patriotism.
It's a time where we all need to pull together and be with each other and be Americans and stand for what American was founded upon.
For all of us in the management office and for all of the retailers, it's a state of shock more than anything else.
Regency was one of the last local malls to shut its doors, all in a precautionary measure. Irizarry was finally able to reach all of his New York relatives to find out that everyone is safe and sound.
Some people are wondering this morning if there's more tragedy in store for the U.S.
People, I should say, are asking who is responsible for what many are calling this terrorist attack. Again, here's a brief look at a timeline of yesterday's events. Just before 9 o'clock, an airliner slammed into the South Tower of the World Trade Center. About 20 minutes later, another plane hit the North Tower. Around 9:30, all air traffic nationwide was canceled. Then President Bush spoke to the nation saying that we will, quote, hunt down and punish those responsible for these acts.
And then just 30 minutes later, a plane crashes into the Pentagon. Shortly after that, the South Tower of the World Trade Center collapses. Around 10:30, the North Tower gave way. And also before 11 o'clock, another hijacked plane crashes near Pittsburgh in Somerset County, Pennsylvania. Then at 12:30, the U.S. borders were closed.
It's still not known exactly how many people have been killed or hurt, and officials estimate the death toll could be in the thousands. A firefighters union official tells us about 300 firefighters may have died in rescue efforts. Dozens of police officers are also among the missing. High casualties are also predicted at the Pentagon after a commercial plane also crashed into that building. A total of 4 planes were hijacked. The 4th plane crashed in Somerset County, Pennsylvania. A total of 266 people were on board those 4 planes. In response to these terrorist attacks, all air traffic in the U.S. is grounded, at least until noon today. And of course, that includes flights out of Jacksonville's airport.
In Tallahassee, state officials are also trying to cope with this attack. Governor Jeb Bush has declared a state of emergency, calling it a preemptive response to a terrorist attack. Channel 4's John Lucas has the story from the state capitol.
As news of the terrorist attack spread, police began stopping and checking vehicles outside the state capitol. Inside, legislators in town for committee meetings watched their televisions in disbelief.
It's just incredible that there are folks in this world that's desperate as to take innocent lives like this. It's just, it's devastating.
Across town, the governor and members of the cabinet cut short their cabinet meeting.
This is a sad day for our country.
Security around the governor was increased. Authorities feared for his safety because of his family ties to the president.
Our governor is the brother of the leader of the free world, and that naturally raises the level of concerns that we all should have.
Because of that concern, by mid-morning, authorities decided it was time to evacuate and shut down the 22-story state capitol building.
These aren't rational people doing rational things. Clearly, if there was a target in our community here, it would be the Capitol.
A short time later, the state also closed the 18-story Department of Education building. By mid-afternoon, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement said there was no evidence of terrorist targets here in the Sunshine State. And Governor Bush insisted it would be back to business as usual tomorrow.
The best way to defeat terrorism is to get back to work serving our people and our state.
The governor has ordered flags at state buildings be flown at half-staff and is calling on Floridians to fly their own flags and pray for the victims of today's attacks and their families. In Tallahassee, John Lucas, Channel 4 Eyewitness News.
Governor Bush has contacted New York officials to offer whatever assistance they might need.
Disney World and most of the state's other major theme parks will be open today. Disney, along with most of the state's theme parks, shut down yesterday shortly after the attacks. Visitors and employees were cleared as a precautionary security measure. A spokesperson says visitors who were forced to leave the park will get complimentary tickets to return. Disney officials are still not sure if they will continue with plans for upcoming Disney cruises. The visitor center is closed at Kennedy Space Center as a precaution. The space agency also sent its 12,000 workers home and shut down its main spaceport. The Kennedy Space Center is now under an unprecedented security blanket. And an update on closures in our area. All Camden County schools are closed today. Jacksonville International Airport is completely shut down, hoping to reopen today at noon. And NAS Jax and Mayport are both on highest alert until further notice.
Because of this attack, people around our area are doing what they can for the families of the victims of the deadly attacks.
They've been offering up their prayers. Sam Kavaris talked to local parishioners as they came together.
Churches throughout the city opened their doors for prayer today, much like Most Holy Redeemer Catholic Church on Jacksonville's west side, where Bishop Victor Gallone of the Catholic Diocese of St. Augustine celebrated a Mass for Peace.
As Mahatma Gandhi says, that we have to be willing to drop all violence, and he, through nonviolent means, liberated a whole continent, practically, India.
You just try to make sense out of a world that unfortunately is still very sinful and still in need of that redemptive love of Christ, and I believe that that's what we've got to keep praying for tonight.
Parishioners filled the pews early and offered their prayers. Many said they felt a sense of community and mutual support.
We're a people of faith, and we're about building community. We're about building the kingdom, and that's why we're here even in the face of adversity.
Is this somewhat of a signal as well to show that we're still together, we're still family?
Oh, yes. We certainly
Nations always pull
together when it comes to a tragedy like this. The good old United States pull together.
Right.
We'll come through.
The bishop called for justice to be served, but echoed other religious leaders, saying the circle of violence must stop.
But unfortunately, the human heart, as Jeremiah says, is more treacherous than any other thing on this world. And I can speak from my own past experience, my own life, I mean, that it is so easy to rationalize, say, wait a minute, it's not my fault. I'm only paying back. They started it.
Many parishioners noted upon leaving the service yesterday that despite one of the original foundations of America being the separation of church and state, that in times of crisis, many Americans find sympathy and solace in church. Sam Kavaris, Channel 4 Eyewitness News, Daybreak.
List of services through Jacksonville. Log on to our web channel at newsforjax.com. You'll also there find the latest information on the terrorist attack.
A rather wet start to the day today, plus some lightning out there as well.
That's right, Rob. Very wet start for many locations around town. In fact, we're going to take a look at Tower Cam, and as we look outside here this morning, we can see that the rains are falling very heavily. And that'll be the case again for the next 3 hours. So a very difficult start for commuters here this morning, as we're going to see the rains continue heavily at times, probably right up until about 9 o'clock. Quick look outside. You can see for yourself the air is full of rain here this morning, and therefore I expect these showers continue very, very heavily here this morning. So here, another look at what's going on around town. You can look at the other tower cam. We'll look back down toward the South Bank, because you don't really see it there, but you do get the feel for what's happening here this morning. The heavy downpours going through the downtown area. Rainfall amounts have been up to about a ½ inch up through about now, but I suspect we'll pick up another inch, maybe even a little bit more than that in the next 2 hours. Let's go to live Doppler radar and let me show you what's happening around the area. You can see the rain showers extending right on through much of the northern parts of Clay, St. Johns counties, through all the East Napa, Duval County, out toward Nassau County, just to the southeast of Kings Bay. The rainfall amounts on the heavy side, again, right along the coast, but individual heavier downpours, the yellow areas here, pretty extensive as well. Kind of zoom into a few locations. First off, we'll head downtown and show you where the heaviest the rainfall is. Here's 295 on the west side. That's where we're seeing that the showers seem to be weakening once they pass 295 on the west side. But east of there, you can see the heavier downpours, a very heavy rain going on out toward Heckscher Drive. Here's the St. Johns River right in through there. There's the mouth of the St. Johns River. Mayport, the rains have tapered off a little bit at this hour, but another band of rain is likely to move on shore in the next, say, 45 minutes to an hour. So once again, we're seeing repeated bands of rain move on shore, and that'll continue to occur, as I mentioned already, up until about 9 o'clock. Looking down to the south, northern Clay, here, northern St. Johns County, there you can see the heavier rain showers going through Middleburg, Green Cove Springs, past the Orangedale, Fruit Cove area. The heavier showers extending out toward Mandarin at this hour. Other heavier showers coming in just in south of Ponte Vedra Beach. They'll head out toward the Bayard area and further on down toward the south. It looks like St. Augustine, you may get lucky here and stay dry throughout the next hour or two, but then other showers should come rolling on shore after that. Another viewpoint of how these bands of rain, look at the lines of rain just coming on shore here this morning, and across the entire state we can see the rains falling up and down the east coast. Now you can also notice here there's a spin going on in the upper atmosphere, and that's due to a tropical depression that has developed over the last few hours and going back till yesterday evening. Here's the latest on tropical depression number 8. Now forget about those two individuals out there. Watch this thing here. You can see the heavier thunderstorm is developing on the south side of this tropical depression. It is likely that this will become a tropical storm over the next day or two, and then take a track slowly toward the west and possibly out toward the northeastern Gulf of Mexico, right in through about here. At least the Hurricane Center thinks that sometime coming up by Friday or Saturday. Now the effect on our weather will be to keep us very, very wet throughout the next 3 or 4 days. Now again, this morning we'll see the heavy rains taper off after around 9 o'clock. Could see some sunshine. Today's high temperature reached about 86, 87 degrees.
Thanks so much, John. Good morning again. Coming up on 5:30 on this Wednesday morning, we welcome you to a special edition of Eyewitness News Daybreak.
We have new information to tell you about this morning in the attack on America.
It appears the Daytona Beach man who returned home yesterday was searched overnight. He has since been cleared of any involvement in the attacks.
Meantime, officials say it'll take time before the number of casualties are confirmed. They fear thousands of people are dead. Now keep in mind, all Camden County schools will be closed today. Jacksonville International Airport is shut down at least until noon. And NAS Jacksonville and Mayport are both on highest alert until further notice.
Reporter Elaine Chiano is monitoring the situation at the Pentagon. She joins us now from Washington.
At the Pentagon, a collapsed section marks the spot where an American Airlines jetliner slammed into the side of the complex Tuesday. Military officials say as many as 800 employees may have died. In New York City, emergency crews worked through the night, carefully picking through the debris where the twin towers of the World Trade Center once stood. Tuesday's attack began when 2 hijacked jetliners smashed into the towers only minutes apart, causing both to collapse. Hundreds of firefighters are still missing, along with dozens of police officers, and possibly thousands of civilians are feared dead.
Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve.
President Bush offered comfort and reassurance to the American people, but also had words of warning for the attackers.
We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them.
U.S. officials say they have some indications that Saudi-born terrorist Osama bin Laden may be behind the attacks. In the midst of the terrifying images, members of Congress joined together in a bipartisan symbol of unity.
The airlines have set up 2 phone lines for relatives of people on those flights. The American Airlines number is 1-800-245-0999. United Airlines, 1-800-932-8555. Now be patient. It may take you a little while to get through. The lines have been very busy, as you can imagine. Channel 4's Heather Murphy joins us live from Jacksonville International Airport, which has been shut down since yesterday. She has the very latest for us now. Heather?
Well, Dan, it's raining here. As John mentioned earlier, those bands of rain have pushed in this way, and it really is only adding to this very eerie sense of stillness here. As you can see over my shoulder, there is absolutely nothing going on behind me. This is a departure area, which means usually there are cars at this hour, taxis, all kinds of people getting ready for the long day of travel. None of that is going on right now. It's completely locked down, at least until noon this afternoon. But it was a very different scene yesterday. Canine dogs search cars, the airport terminal, anything that might hide a bomb.
In the process of sweeping all of the concourses in the air cargo area. As a matter of fact, they're probably finishing that up, and they will be doing the garage area momentarily.
It's a precautionary measure only, but one that shut down the airport and forced more than 24 planes flying overhead to land immediately.
Astonishing, but as soon as the pilot said that there was a East Coast catastrophe and that we had to come out of the air, I figure it was either a nuclear plant putting radioactivity into the air or some major,
Did you hear this?
Appalled.
This man had been traveling since very early in the morning. Those in the air had no idea what had happened, a reality that is now just sinking in.
It's unbelievable. I can't believe this is another black day in our lives. But I will always remember where we were today.
I think a lot of people will probably remember where they were yesterday when all of this began. It's like we've been reporting already, this is closed down. The airport is completely closed down at least until noon today. Airport officials here have told us that they really did not receive any official word yesterday about reopening at noon, even though we have heard that from national reports that in fact that will happen. So all flyers who were either diverted here or anybody who was supposed to leave here today, please do check in with your airline or with the airport to see in fact whether things really are opening at noon. Of course, if we find out before that, and we are attempting to find out, we will let you know as soon as we find out. But for now, all the hatches are battened down here. They are also battened down at the Navy installations around the area. I understand, however, out at Mayport, where Jennifer Waugh is, there's a lot of traffic already lined up. Jennifer, what's it like out there?
Heather, that's right. Traffic is backed up from what I can see for about a mile. That's not necessarily unusual. This is the time that most military personnel would be, those that work at least in the morning, would be coming to the base. Again, we are at Mayport Naval Base, and let me move out of the way here so you can see exactly what's going on. We have seen a couple of cars that have been turned around at the gate and sent back. Likely that's because we've been told that only essential personnel should be responding, should be arriving here this morning and even today at the base, ever since that heightened level of security was upgraded yesterday morning. Getting onto base at Mayport Naval Station was like going through a maze literally last night. Concrete barricades were set up to slow drivers down. The action was taken when all military bases across the country were put on Delta status, the highest security alert. In this Navy town, it wasn't hard to find many people watching coverage of these horrific events. Wasn't hard either to find people anxious to talk about it.
I was terrified. I couldn't believe it. It looks like a movie. It doesn't look like it's real. And
that's the sentiment of many people. At the local grocery store, employee Sean Campbell says it's all anyone could talk about.
There was a lot of people that came in tonight that were very worked up and asked our opinions about it.
And most people in this town, a town where sailors live and sleep, had an opinion about what the U.S. should do now.
Whatever needs to be done.
we got to stand up. You know, I was in the service myself back in the early 80s, but, you know, you got to stand up. You just can't back down, so we got to do something about it.
These people are not over here just fooling with us. If we don't get off net and do something, they're going to do it back.
Again, we're back live in front of Mayport Naval Base. The check-in area, as you can see, traffic is backed up at least a mile or so out here this morning. Again, only essential personnel are supposed to report here this morning. That includes not only here at Mayport, but also NAS Jacksonville, as well as Kings Bay. Of course, we'll continue to follow the situation here. We did report yesterday, and we did confirm again late last night that the USS John F. Kennedy is on its way to Manhattan, to the waters there, to provide security as well as to assist with medical help that's needed up there, as we've been hearing for several hours. And we'll continue to follow the latest here at Mayport. For now, we're live from here, and I'm Jennifer Waugh.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. Indeed, a messy day out this morning.
That's right. We don't need Doppler to tell that it's raining at Mayport, it's raining at the airport.
And lightning to boot. Let's check it with John.
Rob, everybody else, Dan and Joyce, we are seeing heavy rains across the area here this morning. The rainfall will continue to be on the heavy side right up and through about 7 this morning, and then after 7, I expect it to fade away. That's the bottom line. But here, take a look for yourself. You know, we talked about the locations around town. That's the downtown. You can see the rain, the wind blowing, and it's just a very miserable start to the day. Head to the Doppler radar. Now we can see where the rainfall is concentrated. It is basically northern St. Johns, Clay County, through the downtown area, back on out toward our north. We'll zoom on into the Duval County area. You can see the heavier downpours are occurring basically east of 295 on the west side, with the heaviest of rainfall, again, having just moved to the downtown area and now moving out toward the airport at this hour. These heavier downpours will continue to move westbound but fade away. So west of Jacksonville, rainfall amounts will be somewhat lighter. And St. Augustine, for you folks down there, again, we're seeing no rain there now, but there could be some showers moving onshore later on. It's going to be a very rainy start to the day. Drive very carefully on the roadways. Obviously, everybody's somewhat distracted with the events going on around town, and then to have the rain around makes it that much more difficult to drive.
Well, just like everywhere else in the country, this tragedy hit home, and Jacksonville leaders are ready to help where they can. At the same time, they want to make sure all of us are safe. Channel 4's Jim Pickett has more.
Our wariness is up.
City officials met at various times throughout the day to assess the situation in Jacksonville. Downtown, security was beefed up near the federal buildings, and police say they've been asked to make their presence known.
We've had a number of requests from city officials to increase security at some of our public buildings, and certainly we are continuing to do that.
The word from Mayor Delaney is to follow the lead of the president and try to get things back to normal. The Emergency Operations Center was staffed most of the day. City offices and the court stayed open. Now, they're planning for the same thing on Wednesday.
We do anticipate taking stock tomorrow. Again, all law enforcement is a little more wary now. I spoke with General Fryer just about 15-20 minutes ago, the superintendent of the school system. The plans there are to have school as normal tomorrow. The word we're getting also from the area businesses, several of the tall office towers had some divisions that went ahead and sent their people home, and the word that has come back to us is that they will be operating as normal tomorrow. Obviously, if you're employed in the private ranks, you'd want to check with your employer. We do anticipate city services being open tomorrow.
These Jacksonville firefighters are part of a special unit trained to handle emergencies like we saw today. They're standing by, ready to offer aid if necessary.
What we've been trained to do is we've trained over 100 of our firefighters locally to respond to building collapses, trench rescue, basically host traumatic incidents to a building.
City officials tell us they're taking this basically one day at a time. They will go to help if needed and if they're called to do so. From the South Bank, Jim Pickett, Channel 4 Eyewitness News, Daybreak.
And city officials say they will be back at the Operations Center during normal business hours today.
The federal buildings downtown are scheduled to be open today. The city's emergency preparedness plan remains in place. The federal courthouse and the Charles E. Bennett Federal Building are under heightened security. Yesterday, all federal buildings closed around 2 o'clock. Even though the attack happened hundreds of miles away, the mayor says we are not taking any chances.
Not appear to be credible threats to those of us in Florida, but obviously we must proceed very, very cautiously over the next few hours and few days.
The head of all security for all federal property in Jacksonville says officers scoured the buildings inside and out looking for anything suspicious. Some local businesses and government agencies, including the IRS, had offices in the World Trade Center.
They've been described like many of the frightening scenes from a movie, but yesterday's terrorist acts are tragically true. Our military analyst, retired Admiral Jonathan Howe, told Mary Bear that Americans' lives are forever changed.
We have to stand up to it and get tough and make it clear to those who want to perpetrate these crimes that they cannot get away with it.
Admiral Howe says the United States will retaliate against this devastating series of terrorist acts in a big way, but it will take time to wipe out terrorism.
It's not going to be stopped with one particular event or one blow. It's going to be a series of blows, and we're going to have to get good at this. We're going to have to get nations around the world to cooperate with us. We're going to have to pull together and share information and work together to defeat this kind of really horrendous, terrible act.
As for the target, Admiral Howe believes terrorist leader Osama bin Laden may be the one to pay the price. He says he's been toying with America for too long, and Americans will take it no more.
We've been suffering from him, absolutely. And the embassy attacks and the coal and other things are attributed to bin Laden. I think he's crossed a line now of American tolerance for this kind of act.
Mary Bear, Channel 4 Eyewitness News.
Admiral Howe predicts a new America under far heightened security, and he says we'll see it especially at the nation's airports. Admiral Howe will continue as Eyewitness News' military analyst as we cover America under attack in the days and weeks ahead.
Many people have compared the attack to Pearl Harbor, except that there is one difference. By definition, Pearl Harbor was an act of war. Terrorism experts say in the early days after an attack, there's little information to go on. Those same experts say the attack was well-financed, well-planned, and well-coordinated. They say it was not a reaction to any recent event.
The only calling card that I've seen so far is the fact that the individuals who obviously organized this were willing to die themselves. And, of course, this has been a pattern of terrorism coming out of the Middle East.
This attack comes on the 15-year anniversary of the Camp David Accords. The State Department says the reaction to terrorist attacks is to back down and determine who is responsible. And they say that's exactly what's happening right now.
All area schools are open today. So far, the only county that has closed schools today is Camden County. In many local classrooms, it was business as usual yesterday, but not without a feeling of shock about the attack that is terrorizing the nation. About 200 parents picked their children up early from Hendricks Avenue Elementary, not because they were worried about their safety, but just because they wanted to be together.
Anytime we're kind of concerned about something, we want our family around us. And a lot of parents are concerned that their children will hear this news from someone else first.
It's a different type of learning. And, you know, right now the nation is suffering. And I think these students have to try to come to grasp with what's going on across the world.
Teachers at Hendricks Avenue Elementary did not turn on the TVs in the classroom. They did tell some students there that there was a terrible accident in New York City. Now keep in mind, all Camden County schools will be closed today. Jacksonville International Airport is shut down at least until noon, and NAS Jackson Mayport are both on highest alert until further notice.
Speaking of closings, Disney officials say all Walt Disney World theme parks will reopen today.
They closed yesterday as a precaution following the attacks in New York and Washington.
The parks were empty by 2:30 yesterday afternoon. Florida News Network reporter Christina Arangio talked to some tourists believed to have had ties to the attacks.
Disney executives are still trying to figure out whether or not to reopen the parks tomorrow. That decision could come at any moment. By 2:30 this afternoon, the parks were empty, and many tourists were taken by surprise, but they took it all in stride. Antonio Concepcion, his wife and daughter are vacationing from New York.
My uncle works in the World Trade Center. My entire family works in that vicinity. My job is 10 blocks away from the World Trade Center.
As they struggled with the news of the apparent terrorist attacks in New York and Washington, many tourists appeared to be unaware. They went about enjoying the parks until the fun was cut short mid-morning with this announcement.
Due to unforeseen circumstances, the Magic Kingdom is now closing.
The lines quickly grew for the ferries and monorail to exit the Magic Kingdom. At the main gate to each park, Disney workers passed along free passes to any and all of Disney's theme parks for another day with no expiration date.
Sorry for the inconvenience, sir.
Disney spokesperson Diane Letter made it clear this was a precautionary measure.
We have no reason to believe, that we have any increased threat here, but the safety of our guests and our cast members is paramount to us.
Although all resorts remain open, Disney closed its entertainment complexes and recreational centers as well.
It was very early. They were doing a great job, and hats off to them. There's a lot of people out there to get out, and of course there's a lot of traffic problems around trying to get everybody out.
These vendors gathered in the parking lot listening to news of the attacks on their car radio.
Something needs to be done about that if this many aircraft can be hijacked.
Feeling helpless, the Concepcion family was desperate to talk to their loved ones.
If I can have one phone call just to call my mom or my sisters, hoping that they didn't go to work today, that would be great, but I haven't done anything. I haven't contacted no one.
We checked with Disney officials. They say they have no official numbers in terms of how much money the company lost today by closing the parks. However, a Disney spokesperson tells me this was about the safety and welfare of the guests. In Orlando, Christina Orangio for the Florida News Network.
The Visitor Center at Kennedy Space Center will remain closed today. It was shut down yesterday as a precaution. The space agency sent its 12,000 workers home and closed its main spaceport. The Kennedy Space Center is now under an unprecedented security blanket.
If you take a look at the bottom of your screen, we've got our bottom line running. It's got up-to-the-minute information all morning long, in addition to the phone numbers for the airlines and information about when JIA may open up. Florida Governor Jeb Bush says he wants to make sure our state is prepared for anything. He has declared a state of emergency. The executive order activates an emergency plan that increases security around the state.
America is a great nation. Its greatness is revealed most clearly in times of crisis. In times when we're challenged, we must not despair in this present challenge. We must be strong.
Now, the state capitol was closed and evacuated shortly after the attacks on the World Trade Center in New York and the Pentagon, but the governor says government offices and public universities and colleges will reopen today.
President Bush has called the attacks evil, despicable acts of terrorism and has repeatedly referred to those behind the attacks as cowards. Phone calls from one of the planes during its last minutes in the air indicate the hijackers were cold-blooded. Mark Fisher, a Washington Post columnist, has learned incredible details of the final moments of the flight that ended with an explosion at the Pentagon. Last night, Channel 4's Tom Wills spoke with Mark about a story that is appearing on the Post webpage.
Mark, you're working on a story about the last moments of the plane that crashed into the Pentagon, a story that is going to appear on WashingtonPost.com. What can you tell us about what you've been able to learn?
Well, that was American Airlines Flight 77 from Dulles Airport in Washington, actually in Northern Virginia, headed to Los Angeles. And it took off this morning and actually made its way west toward Los Angeles before turning around. And at that point, it gets a little bit mysterious because the plane disappeared off radar screens. Someone aboard, presumably one of the hijackers, managed to dismantle, turn off the transponder, and so air traffic controllers lost track of it, but soon saw an unidentified flight in the air, and that turned out to be Flight 77, and they saw it heading on a direct course for the White House.
Mark, there were cell phone calls that were made from this plane, including the phone call from the wife of a high government official?
That's right. Barbara Olson, who some viewers may know from her work as a commentator during the impeachment of President Clinton, is the wife of the Solicitor General Theodore Olson, and she was on board that flight, and she managed to make 2 cell phone calls to her husband, each of them about a minute long, in which she asked him what should the pilot do, and she kept repeating, what should the pilot do, because the pilot had been forced to the back of the plane along with the passengers by the hijackers, who were armed with knives and box cutters.
So the speculation is that one of the hijackers, at least one of the hijackers, maybe 2, took control of the cockpit of this plane?
That's what our aviation sources are telling us. And Olson and several other people aboard the plane were actually asked or told by the hijackers to get on cell phones and call their families and tell them that they were about to die.
What other cell phone calls have you been able to make certain of?
Well, we know about a member of the staff of the Senate who was able to call his office, as well as a passenger who was able to call a relative. And what we've been told is that in at least a couple of those instances, they were told to do this by the hijackers, and they were actually handed cell phones by the hijackers.
And if you want to read Mark Fisher's report, it's on their website, WashingtonPost.com. And there's a link to the post on our web channel, news4jax.com.
We're going to take a break from our news coverage right now, talk a little bit about the weather. Kind of a gloomy day altogether.
It is, and very gloomy, the circumstances across the nation, and of course the rain around town. We're going to look outside here real quick, Dan, and show you that the rainfall has slackened up just a bit in the last 15 minutes, but the rain continues to fall heavily in parts of the area. So driving this morning, if you're heading to work, please, folks, a lot of concentration, because we do have our minds elsewhere, and the rain has caused the roadways to look pretty messy. There's I-10 at Cassett. Traffic's beginning to build at this hour, and you can see that the roadways are very, very slick due to the heavy rains that we have been receiving over the last 3 hours. All right, now live Doppler radar showing what's happening around the area at this particular moment. You can see the showers continue to band on shore, coming in waves, and it will be this kind of pattern that we'll be dealing with right on through the morning hours. I am hopeful by about 10 o'clock we'll see the heaviest of the rain come to an end, and then actually the sun may begin to poke out through the clouds, and we'll see some better weather coming up here this afternoon. But this morning, once again, very nasty conditions as bands of heavy rain will continue to move on shore. You can see the heaviest of rainfall now just back out toward our west, and out to the east for that matter. Go ahead and show you what's going on throughout Duval County. Here's Duval County. There's the downtown area. Let's go back to live Doppler just briefly. Thank you very much. You can see the heavy rainfall out toward the north side, and there's Atlantic and Beach Boulevard, seeing some moderate rain in the green there. Heavier downpours just offshore will be moving out toward the Mayport area in the next, say, 15 to 20 minutes. Heavier downpours will occur there. Lighter amounts of rain are occurring on the south side, down toward the Mandarin area at this area, and also in through parts of northern St. Johns and Clay counties. We're seeing some very heavy rainfall there. There's Bay Meadows, the south side area. Further on down toward Ferd Cove, we'll likely see some pretty good downpours there. That heavier rainfall will move out toward Eagle Harbor in the next, say, 15 to 20 minutes. Other showers continue to press west of 17. Overall, the effect will be that the heaviest of rainfall will be right along the coast. Lighter amounts will occur inland. Now let's go ahead and take a look at how the Doppler has been showing the rainfall moving on shore. You can see the bands of rain over the last few hours. That'll continue for some time to come. The other big news here this morning is the next tropical depression that's formed. We got A, B, and C out there. Tropical depression number 8. That's this one down here in the Gulf of Mexico. This is the Hurricane Center's forecast track, and it's subject to major changes. There's a lot of uncertainty in the forecast, but at least at this hour, the forecast over the next 3 days is for this to develop possibly into a weak hurricane by the time it gets to the northeastern Gulf of Mexico, and that would be sometime this weekend or late this week. And at that point, it may move on shore and across North Florida. We'll watch this very carefully, obviously, and don't want you to be distracted too much, because this, again, could be a major event coming up as we head toward the weekend. Surf this afternoon, still very big, up to 6 feet. Surf itself and sets up to around 6 feet. Overall, up to around 4 feet. Low tide about 10 o'clock this morning. And overall, the next 4 days should show some pretty good conditions for us to see some sunshine mixing with the clouds and rain. Some of that rain will be on the heavy side at times, as we've already seen here this morning. And I think that'll do it for now, Rob.
As you might expect, many people were touched by this tragedy. They want to know, what can they do today to help survivors of the terrorist attack? Well, one thing we know they can do, and that's to donate blood. Well, joining us this morning is Pamela Wilson from the Florida-Georgia Blood Alliance. Pamela, thank you very much for coming in this time of morning. Are you getting a huge response from people?
We are getting a tremendous response, and we were overwhelmed yesterday emotionally with the turnout. We are so lucky to live in this city. Every center had at least 100 donors at any given moment yesterday.
Were you able to handle that, and have you prepared for anything more than that today?
We are staffed. We've called staff in from vacation. We've got everybody that we can get available, and we are extending the hours again today from 8 to 8, and we were able to handle most of it yesterday. We had to turn a few people away at the end because the staff was simply exhausted at that point. We're inviting people actually to come back anytime during the week. And we received word yesterday from New York Blood Center that right now they are uncertain what their need is going to be, because the majority of people who probably are going to be requiring blood products have not been found yet.
Wow.
So they're expecting something to hit on Friday, Saturday, maybe even early next week, when the most critical need will occur.
Now, you have actually started sending blood or shipping blood to New York.
We sent our first shipment last night. We were able to send 161 units, and we'll send another unit today, or send another set of units today as soon as we know more about what their needs are, or what we have available. We saw 933 people yesterday.
Wow.
Our average day is 300.
Wow. Is there something people should know before they come down to donate blood? Like what do they need to bring in terms of documents, papers? Do they need to bring anything like that or just come down?
If they're a first-time donor, they should have a driver's license. That's really all they need to do. They need to make sure, of course, they've had fluids prior to donating, and depending on the time of day, they're probably going to expect some waits. We did have people waiting about 3 hours yesterday. Amazingly, they waited happily though to do that.
What about locations? We're going to try to get you those locations throughout the morning, but in terms of locations, how many do you have?
We have 8 locations, and all 8 of them are open today.
Okay, 8 locations, and one being on Beach and Parental, that's the main one, or?
Actually we have 6 in Northeast Florida, so there's Mandarin, South Side, one at the beaches, West Side, Mandarin, and downtown we have a Southeast Georgia location and a Savannah, Georgia location.
All right, Pam Wilson, thank you very much from the Florida Georgia Blood Alliance. And if you'd like to give blood, the Florida Georgia Blood Alliance will be open until 8 o'clock tonight. For more information on the blood drives taking place across town, you can check the bottom of your screen for our bottom line.
In addition to coming together to donate blood, our community comes together in prayer for those who lost their lives and their loved ones. Many churches around town will hold services again tonight. Yesterday, Bishop Victor Gallione of the St. Augustine Diocese led a Mass of Peace at the Most Holy Redeemer Catholic Church on Jacksonville's west side. His message, a call for justice with an emphasis on ending the violence.
As Mahatma Gandhi says, that we have to be willing to drop all violence, and he, through nonviolent means, liberated a whole continent, practically, India.
You just try to make sense out of a world that unfortunately is still very sinful and still in need of that redemptive love of Christ, and I believe that that's what we've got to keep praying for tonight.
People all over the country are pulling together in the face of this tragedy. Once again, there are services all over town today, and you can call your church to find out specific times. You can also log on to our web channel at news4jax.com to find out which churches have announced services and exactly which time they start. This tragedy hits really close to home. Many local families watched the events in New York unfold with a sense of horror and disbelief.
While we were there yesterday, a Jacksonville brother and sister watched and waited for word on a niece who worked at the World Trade Center.
Total fear, total, just my heart fell. I know I have relatives there, not just for my relatives, for so many people. I have a niece that works there on one of the top floors, and from all the destruction that I've seen, I refuse to think anything other than positive thoughts. She's in God's hands, is what I believe.
Margaret Presley is describing her emotional tug of war. She saw the events unfold at the World Trade Center, where her niece worked as an administrative assistant. She decided to keep working, though, at Regency to stay composed.
Just stay positive. I don't have any answers about what's happening. I have family there. Okay, I don't know what the situation is, but I'm only going to think positive thoughts.
Her brother, Larry Presley, also works at the mall. He spent hours on the phone trying to reach family members in New York.
I have been trying to get a hold of somebody. Just go, you know, when I saw what happened, just so I can find out what happened or if anybody in my family was affected.
While the details continue to unfold, the speculation continues to run rampant.
I got a hold of my brother's wife, and she told me that he was in the city. He wasn't close enough to really be affected by it, but he did get a lot of the fallout. So he did get the smoke and the powder effect, and that now about the worst thing for him is that he can't get back out of New York City.
Now, we do have some very good news to report this morning. I talked to the family last night. They heard from their niece. In fact, she was out of the city on vacation in Orlando, of all places.
Wow. Well, once again, a recap of the tragedy that has rocked this country.
Authorities say that many Americans have been injured and many have been killed by terrorists.
Yeah, rescuers continue to dig for thousands of bodies in New York, but it's still not known exactly how many people have been killed or hurt.
A firefighters union official says 300 firefighters may have died in rescue efforts. Dozens of police officers are also among the missing.
High casualties are also predicted at the Pentagon after a commercial plane crashes into that building.
A total of 4 planes were hijacked yesterday. 2 crashed in the World Trade Center, 1 slammed into the Pentagon, and the 4th plane crashed in Somerset County, Pennsylvania. A total of 266 people were on board those 4 planes.
In response to these terrorist attacks, all air traffic in the U.S. is grounded at least until noon today. That includes flights in and out of Jacksonville's airport.
Just a reminder this morning that all Camden County schools are closed today. Duval County is leaving the decision to shut down up to the individual schools. Jacksonville International Airport is completely shut down, hoping to reopen perhaps at noon. NAS Jax and Mayport are both on highest alert until further notice.
And of course, stay with Channel 4 and CBS News for the very latest on the investigation. And we have much more coming up in the very next hour.
And if you're away from your TV, just log on to our web channel. That is news4jax.com. We will have continuous information for you, as well as your bottom line. Keep it right there at the screen. We'll have continuous information there as well.
Our coverage will continue. Stay with us.
That's right. Right now, it is coming up on 6 o'clock this morning. It is a Wednesday. Thanks for joining us as we continue this very special edition of Eyewitness News Daybreak.
Very wet Wednesday. Back in a moment. Well, as a matter of fact, right now we're learning new information this morning about the terrible terrorist attack on America.
New this morning, rescue workers are digging through a pile of rubble that was once the World Trade Center. Thousands are feared dead, even as reports come through of cell phone calls coming from people trapped in the rubble. Now, this is video that has come in overnight showing the first aircraft hitting one tower of the World Trade Center. This is the first aircraft that hit the very first tower. One firefighter described the scene this morning in Manhattan as unspeakable carnage. Right now, federal authorities are identifying known terrorist Osama bin Laden as the prime suspect.
Closer here to home, here's what we know about what's happening around here. Camden County schools in Georgia closed. Duval County is leaving it up to individual schools. We're told other schools are open. Jacksonville International Airport is shut down completely. NAS Jax and Mayport, both on full highest alert until further notice.
Our team coverage this morning begins with CBS News correspondent Jennifer Jones. She joins us from Washington and the Pentagon.
Well, now information is surfacing that the intended target in Washington was the White House, not the Pentagon. But the way in which the plane crashed left a gaping hole and claimed hundreds of lives. Now, nearly 24 hours later, you can still see smoke coming from the Pentagon, just a part of what is the worst terrorist attack in U.S. history. This is the scene as crews continue to search for survivors and victims. A thick coating of dust covers the wasteland of twisted steel and rubble, the remains of what was once a shining symbol of America. Just yesterday, the screams of panic and faces of horror were like scenes from a movie. Real-life terror as two hijacked airliners carrying scores of passengers slammed into the Twin Towers of New York's World Trade Center.
Chaos. It's just chaos out here. It really is. So the Twin Towers full. It's amazing. It's crazy.
Meanwhile, in Washington, the Pentagon also came under attack when a third hijacked plane crashed into the sprawling military complex, killing as many as 800 people. And yet, a fourth hijacked passenger plane was reduced to rubble after it crashed south of Pittsburgh, a final blow that may have spared the presidential retreat of Camp David, the alleged target. In the aftermath, President Bush made it clear that justice will prevail for those who are responsible.
We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbored them.
Back in New York, emergency crews are working at their grim task. While the full extent of the damage and loss of life remains unknown, the heart of America has been changed forever. Rescue workers have set up a makeshift morgue outside of the Pentagon as they work to pull more bodies from the debris. Live in Washington, Jennifer Jones. Now back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Jennifer. Now, the Federal Aviation Administration says 4 commercial airplanes were hijacked. All crashed, 2 into the World Trade Center, 1 into the Pentagon, and 1 near Pittsburgh. The 4 airliners were carrying a total of 266 people, and there are no survivors. Now, here's a list of those flights. American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles. American Airlines Flight 77 from Washington, D.C. to Los Angeles. United Airlines Flight 93 from Newark to San Francisco. And United Airlines Flight 175 from Boston to Los Angeles. The airlines have set up 2 phone lines for relatives of people on those flights. The American Airlines number is 1-800-245-0999. And United Airlines, 1-800-932-8555. Now, it may take you a while to get through, so be patient on that. And local military bases remain on the highest state of alert. And the Mayport-based USS John F. Kennedy is on its way to New York to help out as our other aircraft carriers and naval ships. Channel 4's Jennifer Waugh joins us now live from Mayport with more on how these terrorist acts are affecting local military men and women and their families. Jennifer.
Not necessarily uncommon. I'm told that traffic here usually is backed up quite a bit in the mornings as it is, but of course, there is that heightened security, as you had mentioned, Dan, and that is significant because we have been told that it is very likely that there will be random. That means every car, or maybe even every other car, will be inspected this morning and throughout the day as a result of that ThreatCon Delta, which was an upgrade to the security yesterday after the attacks in the Northeast. Now, that means that things will be very slow here this morning, so everybody is warned to please slow down. It's raining very heavy here, so there's a lot of traffic here. Also, only essential personnel should report to duty this morning at all of the bases in the area. We spoke with some of the people who have been waiting in line for a while, at least one person who would talk with us on camera, and he said it's just business as usual this morning.
I'm expecting to go into work and conduct business as usual.
Are you a part of the essential team?
I work at CBS Mayport, and we're going to do whatever the commanding officer asks us to do today.
And that's pretty much what we're hearing out here this morning. Again, only essential personnel are expected here this morning. Everyone else is asked to stay home. You have about 12,000 people, Navy and reservists, that come here to Mayport, as well as nearly another 2,000 civilians. All of them are expected. All of them have been told who is considered essential and who is considered not essential, and that only the essential should be here this morning. That goes for Mayport, NES Jacksonville, as well as Kings Bay. Also, we've been told that NATIP A shifts should not report to duty. B and C should remain on alert, on standby. And of course, everybody keeps updating us. All of the military folks here at the bases keep updating us to let us know so that we can let you know about what's going on today. Of course, we'll continue to follow the story from here. For now, we're live from Mayport. I'm Jennifer Waugh.
Thanks so much, Jennifer. The terrorist attacks forced the FAA to shut down air traffic in the whole United States. No commercial flights will fly at least until noon today at the earliest. Many of you may be asking this morning, what is the situation at Jacksonville International Airport? Let's go to Eyewitness News reporter Heather Murphy live from JIA with some answers on that. Good morning, Heather.
Good morning, Joyce. Well, the situation at this point is absolutely nothing is happening here at JIA. If you can see, it's absolutely silent. Quiet. The only noise here really is the reporters and the rain. The only kind of traffic we've seen are people delivering newspapers like this New York Times report, U.S. attacked. Don't even know who's going to be able to be here to read this newspapers because the hatches are all battened down.
Yes, I was. We were flying from Atlanta down to West Palm Beach on business, and about halfway there, they just said we have an operational emergency and need to land the airplane immediately in Jacksonville. The airplane was fine, but there were a lot of very nervous faces on the airplane.
Nervous because at first passengers thought something was wrong with the airplane, only to learn that tragedy had already struck.
How'd you find out then what had happened?
The captain came back on the PA and he said that he had not a lot of information, but had heard there had been some terroristic threats and possibly some terroristic activity that had taken place.
Passengers waited in long lines to rent cars and find someplace to stay.
Sad, very sad. We have a lot of sick people out there.
What will you do now?
Pray. That's all I can say.
Well, we obviously, a lot of us are feeling the same way, praying and wondering, waiting to see what is going to happen. In the meantime, what I can tell all of you who are watching, trying to figure out whether you'll be able to leave Jacksonville today, whether it's because you were diverted here yesterday or because you had other plans to leave today, is this. We have heard the national reports that airspace will be open at noon again. We are checking to make sure that, in fact, that is going to happen here at JIA. It is obviously still very early in the morning, and so airport officials are not in yet, and they still do have to check in, of course, with FAA and make sure that all the rules are going to be the same for every airport. As soon as we find that out, we will let you know so that you'll know how to plan the rest of your day. But please don't come to the airport without at least hearing what we have to say or calling your airline to check in first. We're live at JIA. I'm Heather Murphy.
Good advice. Thanks so much, Heather.
And of course, we'll have continuing coverage on JIA and when they'll open up along our bottom line at the bottom of your screen. And we'll have more on this terrible terrorist act in just a moment.
But first, we want to check in with John.
The morning has already got off to a very wet start. You might want to drive carefully. Just John?
You're absolutely right, Rob. We have seen some very heavy rainfall. You know, a lot of you folks may have woken up to the thunder overnight. As we look outside here this morning, we're looking toward the South Bank. The wind's blowing, the rain's falling, and it's pretty miserable outside. You can see some of the conditions downtown. Looking at live Doppler radar, you can see where the rain extends. It extends through a pretty broad area here this morning. It extends along the coast, back inland, out toward about 301. Heavier rain showers also out toward the Folkestone area and now down toward the Palm Coast area. One thing to point out here, a new round of very heavy rainfall is just off the beach in Jacksonville Beach. I suspect that one will roll on shore, and say by about 6:45 here this morning, we should see another band of heavy rain go on shore and then move through the downtown area, making the commute rather difficult. Speaking of which, let's check out the roadways now with Curtis Wayne. Good morning, Curtis.
Good morning, John. Indeed, the rain is taking its toll on the roadways. Near the end of the northbound Buckman Bridge, 3 cars collided, 1 overturned. Others crashed on I-10 just west of McDuff Avenue. And along 295 southbound after 10, pickup truck sailed off into the woods. Widespread breakdowns, Emerson Street at Hendricks Avenue, Atlantic Boulevard east of Arlington Road. Big stack up on Mayport Road northbound approaching the Navy base due to all the heightened security. And you could expect extra congestion on Roosevelt Boulevard and NAS Jacks as well. From the traffic center, I'm Curtis Wayne for Eyewitness News Daybreak.
Thanks, Curtis. This is the time when many people come together. In fact, many in our area are asking what can they do to help the families of the victims of the tragedies.
Well, they're gathering to pray. Channel 4's Sam Kavaris talked to local parishioners as they came together last night.
Churches throughout the city opened their doors for prayer today, much like Most Holy Redeemer Catholic Church on Jacksonville's west side, where Bishop Victor Gallone of the Catholic Diocese of St. Augustine celebrated a Mass for Peace.
As Mahatma Gandhi says, that we have to be willing to drop all violence, and he, through nonviolent means, liberated a whole continent, practically, India.
You just try to make sense out of a world that unfortunately is still very sinful and still in need of that redemptive love of Christ, and I believe that that's what we've got to keep praying for tonight.
Parishioners filled the pews early and offered their prayers. Many said they felt a sense of community and mutual support.
We're people of faith, and we're about building community. We're about building the kingdom, and that's why we're here even in the face of adversity.
Is this somewhat of a signal as well to show that we're still together, we're still family?
Oh, yes. We certainly
Nations always pull
together when it comes to a tragedy like this. The good old United States pull together.
Right.
We'll come through.
The bishop called for justice to be served, but echoed other religious leaders, saying the circle of violence must stop.
But unfortunately, the human heart, as Jeremiah says, is more treacherous than any other thing on this world. And I can speak from my own past experience, my own life, I mean, that it is so easy to rationalize, say, wait a minute, it's not my fault. I'm only paying back. They started it.
Many parishioners noted upon leaving the service yesterday that despite one of the original foundations of America being the separation of church and state, that in times of crisis, many Americans find sympathy and solace in church. Sam Kavaris, Channel 4 Eyewitness News, Daybreak.
And there are dozens of prayer services scheduled around our community following these terrorist attacks. And we do have one listed on our bottom line at the bottom of your screen, a community prayer gathering at First Baptist Church downtown from noon until 1.
And for a complete list of times and locations, you can check out our web channel at news4jax.com. And we also recommend that you call your place of worship to get some more information.
It'll probably be several days before we know exactly how many people were injured or killed yesterday. In the meantime, New York City hospitals are overwhelmed with injured victims, and those hospitals really need blood. Jacksonville is doing what they can to answer that need. Channel 4's Ted Brown has the story.
American Red Cross.
Reuniting families and friends is the first priority of Jacksonville's Red Cross.
American Red Cross.
The caller is looking for someone they think may be a victim of this tragedy. Staff and volunteers take the information and pass it along to the national office, who will try to locate that person for them. The second priority is blood. The Florida-Georgia Blood Alliance is being flooded with volunteers doing what they can to help.
We were at work and we heard about the situation, and we saw at the bottom of the screen that they needed blood. So a bunch of us decided to come on down.
Because of suspended airline flights, a special courier is taking blood from the Blood Alliance to New York this evening. The Red Cross is taking money donations and blood. Both go directly to the victims in New York and Washington.
The blood would be there. They've already let New York and everyone know, of course, that we'll be available to ship units if they call on us.
Again, donations of money and blood go from the American Red Cross directly to the victims and the families of the victims of this tragedy. If you want to help, contact the Red Cross or come here to their office in Riverside. Reporting from Riverside, I'm Ted Brown.
And again, if you do want to donate money, send it to the Disaster Relief Fund, Northeast Chapter of the American Red Cross, 751 Riverside Avenue, Jacksonville, 32204. Also on Thursday, there will be a Red Cross donation drive from 6 in the morning until 10 a.m. at Alltel Stadium. All of that money will also go to the Red Cross Disaster Fund.
Many area residents want to do whatever they can to help the survivors of the attack. The Kingsley Blood Donation Center in Orange Park was packed last night with people wanting to help. Police were even called in to control heavy traffic. Good Samaritans had to wait outside and be called in to give blood. One woman says she didn't mind waiting to help.
So many people here that they're having to wait for hours to do it. I just got here, but there's people that have been here for hours and hours, and it's just the outpour of the community is just tremendous here. I just can't get over it. It's just amazing.
The center says it will be taking donations through the rest of the week. If you want to help by giving blood, the Florida-Georgia Blood Alliance is having a blood drive this morning from 8 until 10 at 2153 Kingsley Avenue in Orange Park, as well as at their other locations around Jacksonville. Now, if you missed that address, the information about the blood drive is running continuously on the bottom line.
While the attacks were miles away, this still hits very close to Jacksonville. City officials are quick to say we are here and ready to help where we can, while maintaining that everyone is still safe. Channel 4's Jim Pickett has reactions from city leaders.
Our wariness is up.
City officials met at various times throughout the day to assess the situation in Jacksonville. Downtown, security was beefed up near the federal buildings, and police say they've been asked to make their presence known.
We've had a number of requests from city officials to increase security at some of our public buildings, and certainly we are continuing to do that.
The word from Mayor Delaney is to follow the lead of the president and try to get things back to normal. The Emergency Operations Center was staffed most of the day. City offices and the courts stayed open. Now, they're planning for the same thing on Wednesday.
We do anticipate taking stock tomorrow. Again, all law enforcement is a little more wary now. I spoke with General Fryer just about 15-20 minutes ago, the superintendent of the school system. The plans there are to have school as normal tomorrow. The word we're getting also from the area businesses, several of the tall office towers had some divisions that went ahead and sent their people home, and the word that has come back to us is that they will be operating as normal tomorrow. Obviously, if you're employed in the private ranks, you'd want to check with your employer. We do anticipate city services being open tomorrow.
These Jacksonville firefighters are part of a special unit trained to handle emergencies like we saw today. They're standing by, ready to offer aid if necessary.
What we've been trained to do is we've trained over 100 of our firefighters locally to respond to building collapses, trench rescue, basically host traumatic incidents to a building.
City officials tell us they're taking this basically one day at a time. They will go to help if needed and if they're called to do so. From the South Bank, Jim Pickett, Channel 4 Eyewitness News, Daybreak.
And city officials say they will be back at the Operations Center today during regular business hours.
You hear us talk about city leaders all the time. Well, this is one of them. Chip Patterson, he's head of Jacksonville's Emergency Operations Center. Thank you very much for joining us this morning, Chip. First of all, twofold question. What is the city doing? And first of all, what can the city do?
Well, what we're doing today is going to be about determining what the effect all this national stuff has had on Jacksonville. And we will have some effects. We're seeing it this morning on drive time already. And so we're going to be about, to help coordinate things to be able to return as many things to normalcy as possible. Things that we can do also is just look to the future and making sure that our first responders are prepared and can respond both within the city and externally.
Now, are we sending someone to New York or Washington, D.C.?
Well, we started work last night to put together some teams upon request from the State Emergency Operations Center to be able to go to Washington or New York if requested.
Have you received any requests of any kind from the officials up there in New York?
We have not received requests of any kind from New York or Washington. The state of Florida did put together some teams, and we were part of that, that if the request came, we'd be ready to go.
I know you're very involved in obviously preparing for hurricanes down here and other kinds of disasters, plane crashes, that kind of. Is there any way to prepare for something like this?
Well, the horror and the devastation that we saw yesterday and will continue to see today is really, there's no way to prepare for that sort of thing. The best that we can do is to be able to prepare for the consequences of it, and then to be able to have first responders ready to go.
Okay, what about Jacksonville today? Most businesses will be open, government offices will be open. Is there anything for you to do today?
I think for today, the order of the day for most of us is to get back to normal as much as possible. And that's for the Emergency Operations Center. We'll be a little above normal because we will be activated monitoring what's going on in Jacksonville and around the country.
What exactly are you going to be looking for today? I mean, what signs are you looking for? Any particular trouble that you're looking for?
Well, not specifically any trouble and things that would, impact us as a terrorist would in Jacksonville, but really it's just it's getting back to normal. Right now, JIA is closed till noon. We still have some effects for folks who are from outside the area who are here and trying to get out, and anything that we can do to help coordinate getting things back to normal is what we'll be about today.
Chip Patterson with Jacksonville's Emergency Operations Center, thank you very much for joining us.
A quick clarification this morning. All Duval County schools are open today. All Duval County schools are open. The president and other federal leaders have said that government services and agencies will be open for business today. Channel 4's Heather Van Nest has more on how the terrorist attacks are affecting the federal employees in our area.
With almost 2,000 federal employees working in downtown Jacksonville and building security at its highest, many employees got permission to leave in the morning. Federal employee Doris Marlin says right now her focus is on family.
It's hard to concentrate, and many of us have children, school-aged children, that this is a day that will go down in history, no different than the assassination of JFK. I want to be with my family.
Nobody's doing anything. We're all up there watching TV monitors and trying to stay informed, and so nothing productive's happening, let me put it that way. So you might as well leave.
One of the first groups sent home construction workers here at the new federal courthouse. That allowed officers to better secure this area. At the federal courthouse and Charles E. Bennett Federal Building, which houses many agencies, including the IRS and Army Corps of Engineers, security officers closed backdoor entrances, forcing everyone entering the building to go through a beefed-up security checkpoint. The head of security for all federal property in Jacksonville says officers are scouring the buildings inside and out, looking for anything suspicious.
We're constantly trying to keep people calm and keep people informed.
We have the armed guard going around the outside of the building. He's going to also check around the marshal's car to be sure that they are secure, that there isn't a problem with it.
Then, around 2 o'clock, official word came. All federal buildings would be closed. With the city's emergency preparedness plan also in place, Mayor John Delaney had this to say.
Does not appear to be credible threats to those of us in Florida, but obviously we must proceed very, very cautiously over the next few hours and few days.
Heather Van Nest, Channel 4 Eyewitness News.
Some local businesses and government agencies, including the IRS, had offices at the World Trade Center.
We will probably never forget these terrorist attacks. Channel 4's Bruce Hamilton went out to get initial reactions from people on Jacksonville's South Bank.
Wondering how this could happen.
All our anti-terrorism that we supposedly have, the CIA, the FBI, the military intelligence, where were they?
This makes Pearl Harbor look like peanuts.
Oh yeah, because at least they went after military.
Right.
And I mean, at least, you know, when we're all in uniform, we're paid to serve our country and pay the ultimate dues. These people in New York.
They were just innocent people going to work at 9 o'clock in the morning, 10 to 9, one plane hits, and they look up, and here comes another plane.
Yeah, and you think of the towers, all right, they got 50,000 employees in those two towers. They got nurseries for their children in those two towers.
We thought Oklahoma was the worst thing possible that ever happened.
Why?
This is the worst thing that's happened in the United States.
This is the most devastating
in the history of the
thing
United States.
that's happened in the United States.
And there is indeed one other reaction that has stuck in my mind. A father and son were talking, and the son said, "Dad, I keep seeing the pictures of that plane crashing through the World Trade Center playing over and over again in my mind, kind of like it's a videotape. I'm going to have nightmares." The father looked at him and paused for a second and said, "Son, it's America's nightmare." Bruce Hamilton, Eyewitness News, Daybreak.
If you want to share your thoughts on the attacks, you can join the discussion on our web channel at news4jax.com.
Definitely not a great start to the day, weather-wise, that is. We had a little bit of lightning, a little bit of rain, so I'm sure the roads are pretty wet, so you might want to drive carefully.
Absolutely, and we'll talk with Curtis here in just a minute, Rob. The rain started falling fairly early last night, and they have been going on and off throughout the nighttime hours. So again, rain showers are on the heavy side, and we'll look at Doppler radar here in just a moment. Quick look outside. You're looking downtown toward the South Bank. You can see the large raindrops getting blown up in the wind there, and again, low clouds. Look at the cloud across the river there, an indication that we have very tropical-like conditions around the area. Let's go to Doppler radar. Let me show you what's going on live at this hour. Rainfall coming on shore. It's a broad area of rain, and we have little periods of heavier downpours, and we're starting to see some training effects of this rain. And what that means is that we literally get like boxcar after boxcar after boxcar of heavy downpours, and that seems to be going on just north of Folkestone here this morning. These are very heavy downpours, so as they move toward the west, rainfall amounts accumulate 2 to 3 inches over a very short period of time, causing some pretty serious conditions for a short period of time in terms of ponding of water on the roadways and lake. Other heavy rain showers now moving on shore out toward Jacksonville Beach. You can see some of these rain showers as we zoom on into Duval County. There's 295 west side, 9A south side, and you can see that the showers continue to fall heavily out toward Ponte Vedra. These heavier showers will move across the San Jose area, probably the Bay Meadows area in the next 30 minutes or so. So some very heavy downpours as you make your way around town here this morning. Drive very, very carefully. Once again, the tropics very active. When we show you the latest on Tropical Depression number 8, forget about that. Forget about that. That's Tropical Depression's 8th location. This is the actual location of the Tropical Depression, which is down there in the Gulf of Mexico. And here's a forecast track by the National Hurricane Center. And I got to point out some of these tracks are indicating a more westward movement before taking a northeasterly movement over the next 3 days. Subject to major change here, but the indications are we'll have a pretty serious tropical system out there in the Gulf before we know it. Easterly winds up to around 22. Boaters beware. Seas offshore up to around 6 feet. Surf's running about 5 to 7 feet. Those are swells from Aaron. High tide coming up around 4:51 this evening. 87 today and tomorrow, 88 coming up for the weekend. The point here is it's wet out there on the roadways. The rains are going to be with us till about 9 o'clock. After that, we should see some sunshine. Check out the roadways now with Curtis Wayne, 86.6.
John, right now we're seeing wet, slippery roads and a north side collision with injuries. Sutel Drive and Moncrief Road crashes on I-10 just west of McDuff. 295 southbound after 10 where pickup truck sailed in the woods. Roosevelt Boulevard just north of the NAS Jacks main gate has a car versus pickup truck collision with injuries. 3 cars collided at the end of the northbound Buckman Bridge. Big backups on Mayport Road northbound approaching the Navy base, and also US 1 near Grumman at St. Augustine Airport too because of ID checks. From the traffic center, I'm Curtis Wayne for Eyewitness News Daybreak.
Thanks so much, Curtis. Many people are still comparing this attack to Pearl Harbor, but with one difference. By definition, Pearl Harbor was an act of war, and we knew immediately who was responsible.
And most agree at this point yesterday's acts were acts of terrorism, and investigators will have to figure out who did it. Here's Channel 4's Heather Murphy with what the experts believe may be behind the attacks.
Terrorism is a war, primarily.
It will be days, maybe weeks, before we know who or what did this to us. And terrorism experts say, especially in the early days, there's precious little we have to go on to get to that answer.
The only calling card that I've seen so far is the fact that the individuals who obviously organized this were willing to die themselves. And of course, this has been a pattern of terrorism coming out of the Middle East.
We don't know if this came from the Middle East. What we do know, it was well-financed, well-planned, and well-coordinated, which experts say suggests it was not a reaction to any recent action, like the United States withdrawal last week from the United Nations Conference on Racism because of a disagreement over Israel.
It's unlikely that it will be triggered by any specific event, at least any specific recent event. I would think it would be someone who is either simply trying to make a symbolic point.
A symbolic point about any number of the issues for which the United States is criticized worldwide, including current Middle East policy.
The United States as the sole superpower hegemon of the world today is viewed by many in the world, like it or not, as an enemy.
Heather Murphy, Channel 4 Eyewitness News.
Well, business news this morning. Treasury Secretary Paul O'Neill is offering assurances to investors, saying America's financial markets are strong and resilient. Markets were closed following the terrorist attacks and will remain shut down today. Meanwhile, markets around the world are reacting to the terrorist attack. Tokyo stock average has dropped more than 6% in reaction to this attack. Now, we'll have more on the coverage coming up.
And we remind you to please keep an eye on our bottom line at the bottom of the screen. We'll update the information there throughout the morning. And stay with Channel 4 and CBS News for the very latest on the investigation.
And if you happen to be away from your television, you can always log on to our web channel. That is newsforjacks.com for more updates and more information. Of course, we will have it for you. It is now 6:30, coming up on 6:30 on this Wednesday morning. You are watching a very special edition of Eyewitness News Daybreak.
Right now, New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani says some cell phone calls have come from underneath the rubble of what was once the World Trade Center, as rescuers start to move away thousands of pounds of steel and concrete.
Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., rescuers at the Pentagon are still searching for survivors. Estimates there indicate as many as 800 people may have died. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld says the Pentagon will be functioning today.
And new video this morning showing the first aircraft hitting one of the towers at the World Trade Center about 20 minutes before the second hijacked jet hit the other tower. Both towers later collapsed along with the third World Trade Center building yesterday afternoon.
We continue our team coverage this morning from New York City with reporter Jane Key.
The magnitude of this tragedy is just starting to set in this morning. The landscape of New York City has changed forever, and the search for survivors has begun. The pictures capture the start of the reign of terror. A hijacked American Airlines flight slams directly into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Horrified Americans watch as a second plane just 18 minutes later hits the South Tower. Both collapsed within an hour in a spectacular burst of smoke, glass, and steel.
I was standing next to one World Trade Center, and then all of a sudden I heard rumbling, and we all started running away from it. The glass blew out and threw me onto the sidewalk, and I couldn't see for 20 seconds.
It was like holy hell coming down them stairs. And then when we finally got to the bottom, they were coming out on a mezzanine level there, and another explosion came right from it, just everyone flying.
Hampered by the thick black smoke and falling debris, rescuers are beginning the long task of sifting through the rubble. Heavy equipment rolled in overnight to move large pieces of concrete. Survivors are believed to be inside the building. Lower Manhattan is paralyzed. Financial markets are closed. Subways are only partially operating. Bridges and tunnels into Manhattan are sealed. Thousands of National Guard troops are expected to arrive today to help emergency workers. New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani says the first priority is to find any survivors.
Rescue teams are able to get very close now. It was very difficult during the day, but in most places they now can operate. There's still a few dangerous areas, but they're able to operate. They're able to operate down there now.
Oh, we do have reports this morning that 4 people were pulled from the rubble overnight, survivors, 2 of those emergency personnel. Meanwhile, hundreds of firefighters and police officers are still missing. Mayor Giuliani says it could be a week before we know the death toll. In New York, I'm Jane King. Back to you.
Closer to home, here's what we know about what's happening in our area. Camden County schools in Georgia are closed today. All Duval County schools, however, are open. Jacksonville International Airport remains closed down, at least for now. NAS Jax and Mayport are both on highest alert until further notice. And please keep an eye on our bottom line. It's at the bottom of your screen. That's where we'll update important information that you need to know throughout the morning.
Let's go now to Heather Murphy. She's at Jacksonville International Airport, where we have mentioned time and time again it is shut down for now, possibly opening up this at noon. Heather?
Yeah, good morning, Rob. Actually, it's raining like the cats and dogs here. It's absolutely empty. The hatches are completely battened down. The only people we've seen here so far are Social Security folks and some newspaper delivery people delivering not even the TU, but the New York Times, which of course is something a lot of people want to see today. But at this point, this is all you've got here, at least until noon today. This is what it looked like, though, yesterday.
Nothing moving. The birds all grounded under cover of darkness until it is safe to fly again. But Tuesday afternoon, this is what it looked like. Long lines of passengers streaming out of the airport, crowding buses, trying to figure out where to go when the feeling was there's nowhere safe enough. Shocked faces read newspaper extras in disbelief, anger, and grief.
We were at Denny's when we heard
the ordinary things in life became, for some, extraordinary moments etched in time. Bea Blakesley was on her way to Connecticut when she was rerouted to Jacksonville.
It's just unbelievable. I can't believe this is another black day in our lives. But I will always remember where we were today.
It was a day that reminds everyone that tragedy like this strikes indiscriminately. Both the famous and the unknown tried to reach friends and family on cell phones that were useless. By the end of the day, the airport had cleared and the K-9 units had begun their exhaustive sweep through the place, trying to make sure it wasn't about to happen all over again.
This is precautionary. I want to get that message out. We have received no threats here at the airport.
Those of you who didn't recognize the face that we showed when I talked about the famous, that was Venus Williams, whom our cameras caught yesterday, as there were so many people who got diverted here from other places in Jacksonville, as I mentioned, just to clear the skies with any luck. And it seems like that's a probable thing. They are going to start, the FAA that is, going to start planes flying again around noon. However, airport officials here told me in just the last half an hour, I spoke to one airport official who said that they are going to be up and ready here at the airport by 11. Airlines will have their staff here and the airport itself will be staffed. However, they're doing that just to be ready to go. They don't expect to hear from the FAA until later this morning whether they really are going to be able to go. However, they will keep us in touch. They said they expect the FAA will probably be meeting sometime around 9 o'clock this morning. They'll have some conferences. From there, they expect they will probably fax regional airports, and that's how our airport officials will find out. So all of that is to say, please do stay tuned to find out just exactly what is happening with you if you are a traveler today. And we, of course, will let you know as soon as we find out. For now, we're live at JIA. I'm Heather Murphy.
Thanks so much, Heather. We are reminded that the Federal Aviation Administration says the 4 commercial airplanes, they were all hijacked and they were later crashed. Here's a list of those flights. American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles. American Airlines Flight 77 from Washington, D.C. to Los Angeles. United Airlines Flight 93 from Newark to San Francisco. And United Airlines Flight 175 from Boston to Los Angeles. The airlines, of course, have set up 2 phone lines for relatives of people on those flights. The American Airlines number is 1-800-245-0999. United Airlines, 1-800-932-8555. Of course, be patient. It may take a while to get through.
Local military bases are still on their highest state of alert, and the Mayport-based USS John F. Kennedy is on its way out to New York to help out, along with other aircraft carriers and naval ships. Channel 4's Jennifer Waugh joins us live via telephone. She is at Mayport with more on how these terrorist acts are affecting local military men and women and their families.
Dan, traffic is backed up at least 2 miles as cars creep slowly towards the entrance to Mayport Naval Base. We have some video from our live Eagle Cam. You can't see much because of all the heavy rain that people have been enduring here, which has certainly increased frustrations as drivers try to slowly creep, as I mentioned, towards the Navy base. Navy officials asked that only those considered essential personnel report to the base. In fact, to all bases in the area. Those who do come to work must have their military credentials and should expect, as you can see, a very long wait to get onto the base.
What have they told you?
They haven't really told us a lot, just that we're at an elevated threat-con level and that we're just standing by waiting for instructions from the military. I've seen some heightened security, but nothing like this.
Tim McLaren is walking to work this morning. It's faster than driving. He says he's never seen traffic backed up like this at Mayport Naval Base.
We usually have about half of this problem. Nothing that I've ever seen has been like this.
Considering.
And much of that is a result of, from what we're told, cars that are being randomly searched at the gate, as well as concrete barricades that have been put in place since yesterday. That, as well as the rain, is clearly slowing down traffic. All bases are on a ThreatCon Delta, as we've mentioned. It is the highest security alert. That includes not only Mayport, but also NAS Jacksonville and Kings Bay bases. Again, only essential personnel are to respond to any report to duty at any of those 3 bases. Also, we're being told that NADEP, A shift workers should stay home. B and C should stay on alert, man the phones. They might be called to report to duty. That's the latest from Mayport. I'm Jennifer Wall.
Thanks, Jennifer. We'll have more news for you in just a moment, but first, it's turning into a difficult commute for many drivers in our area.
We're checking in with John for the latest from the Weather Center. Good morning again, John.
Good morning to the two of you folks. It is an ugly start to the day. We've had heavy rains overnight, large ponds of water out there on the roadways. We'll talk more with Curtis Wayne in just a second. Let's head on outside, check out some of the conditions. Looking at the South Bank, occasionally you can see some of the rain falling in the air. At this point, it seems to have slackened off just a little bit in the downtown area. That's good news. Other parts of town, though, where you're looking back out toward the north side or across the river there through the downtown area, you can see that it's very moist, very sticky, and again, very, very wet across the area. Maybe one more look around town, and what we'll see here is possibly that the rains continue to fall heavily in parts of the area. You're looking at traffic cam. You're looking at there just south of Fuller Warren Bridge. That's I-95. Both directions look like they're having some pretty good traffic flows at this point. Now let's go ahead and take a look at Doppler radar. Doppler radar indicating where the showers are occurring at this hour. They're continuing to slowly fade away. That's something I've noticed in the last 15 minutes or so. So I am hopeful that we will see these rains come to an end by about 9 o'clock this morning, becoming partly to mostly sunny later on today, and it should be a somewhat better afternoon than what it is starting off here this early morning. Let's check out those roadways now with Curtis Wayne at 640. Curtis.
Well, John, certainly a busy time in the rain in St. Johns County. Crash blocks Highway 207 near I-95. You'll expect enhanced ID checks at Grumman St. Augustine at the St. Augustine Airport, and that makes for stack-ups on US 1 both ways. Same situation, of course, at NAS Jax. That makes Roosevelt a crawl way. That in combination with a collision with injuries of a car and a pickup truck just north of the main gate at NAS. Others hit on nearby Collins Road. Along 295 southbound after I-10, pickup truck careened into the woods. Rescues with that. And 2 north side collisions with injuries. New Kings near Edgewood and Sutel Drive at Moncrief Road. From the Traffic Center, I'm Curtis Wayne for Eyewitness News Daybreak.
Thank you, Curtis. Almost all of you have watched the events happening in both Manhattan and Washington, D.C. with a sense of horror, disbelief.
And many were actually waiting and watching to hear from family or friends who actually worked at the World Trade Center. Well, yesterday I spoke with one Jacksonville family when they were still waiting to hear from their loved one.
Total fear, total, just my heart fell. I know I have relatives there, not just for my relatives, for so many people. I have a niece that works there on one of the top floors, and from all the destruction that I've seen, I refuse to think anything other than positive thoughts. She's in God's hands, is what I believe.
Margaret Presley is describing her emotional tug of war. She saw the events unfold at the World Trade Center, where her niece worked as an administrative assistant. She decided to keep working, though, at Regency to stay composed.
Just stay positive. I don't have any answers about what's happening. I have family there. Okay, I don't know what the situation is, but I'm only going to think positive thoughts.
Her brother, Larry Presley, also works at the mall. He spent hours on the phone trying to reach family members in New York.
I have been trying to get a hold of somebody
just so, you know, when I saw what happened, just so I could find out what happened or if anybody in my family was affected.
While the details continue to unfold, the speculation continues to run rampant.
I got a hold of my brother's wife, and she told me that he was in the city. He wasn't close enough to really be affected by it, but he did get a lot of the fallout. So he did get the smoke and the powder effect, and that now about the worst thing for him is that he can't get back out of New York City.
But we do have some good news to report. I talked with the Presleys last night by telephone. The family tells us they were able to contact their niece. She was out of the city. She was actually down here in Florida at Disney World. Rob?
Well, we've shown you the terrible acts of violence that many have said looked like it was something out of a movie. Well, unfortunately, it was very real, and it affected a lot of people, even those who are not directly related to those thousands of victims. Licensed mental health counselor Fern Malowitz joins us now. Thank you very much for joining us this morning, Fern. I appreciate it. You know, we can always turn off the television set and try to turn off the video, the constant showing of those pictures over and over again. But for many of us, those pictures are burned in our mind. What do we do now? How do we deal with this?
Well, there really isn't one way to deal with it, but probably one of the most important things is to recognize that a sense of continuity, try to get on with our lives, and not to do things that are destructive in any ways, not to resort to any kind of self-destructive acts, and try to maintain a sense of routine. Many of us, of course, want to be in contact with our families, seek comfort from those around us, and that, of course, is very important. Comfort our children without giving them, of course, too much information. We don't want to alarm our children.
You know, speaking of the children, a lot of schools, some schools anyway, didn't even tell the kids about it. They just felt like leave it up to the parents to tell them. What can a parent, or how should a parent tell it to the smallest of children? We're talking 6, 7, 8, 10 years old. How do you tell them about something like this?
Well, really, part of it is just kind of seeing how the children are. Don't volunteer too much information to children because they don't need to know all the details. Obviously, they're going to be watching their parents watching TV, and they're going to ask questions and probably give them a sense of security and safety, that these were terrible things that happened, but they're okay, and their parents are okay, and we're going to make sure that you're okay, to give them a sense of security.
What about long-term effects? You think there will be any long-term effects on many of us who, not just family members of victims, but just people who care about the victims up in New York?
Well, all of us are affected. We still remember important days in our lives when Kennedy was shot, when the Challenger exploded, and this is just another important day, so we'll all be affected. Some of us may be anxious for some time afterwards, especially if we're traveling, but it's important to recognize that these are random acts, they're unusual circumstances, and our normal reactions to abnormal events.
Fern Malowitz, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Many people in our area want to do whatever they can to help the victims of these attacks. Since victims have overwhelmed New York City hospitals, medical officials are in desperate need of blood. Jacksonville is doing whatever it can to answer that need. Channel 4's Ted Brown has the story from the Red Cross Center in Riverside.
I'm here for a cross. Reuniting families and friends is the first priority of Jacksonville's Red Cross. Merry Cross. The caller is looking for someone they think may be a victim of this tragedy. Staff and volunteers take the information and pass it along to the national office, who will try to locate that person for them. The second priority is blood. The Florida-Georgia Blood Alliance is being flooded with volunteers doing what they can to help.
We were at work and we heard about the situation, and we saw at the bottom of the screen that they needed blood, so a bunch of us decided to come on down.
Because of suspended airline flights, a special courier is taking blood from the Blood Alliance to New York this evening. The Red Cross is taking money donations and blood. Both go directly to the victims in New York and Washington.
The blood would be there. They've already let New York and everyone know, of course, that we'll be available to ship units if they call on us.
Again, donations of money and blood go from the American Red Cross directly to the victims and the families of the victims of this tragedy. If you want to help, contact the Red Cross or come here to their office in Riverside. Reporting from Riverside, I'm Ted Brown.
If you want to donate money, send it to the Disaster Relief Fund, Northeast Chapter of the American Red Cross, 751 Riverside Avenue, Jacksonville, Florida, 32204. Also on Thursday, there will be a Red Cross donation drive from 6 in the morning until 10 a.m. at Alltel Stadium. That money will go to the Red Cross Disaster Fund.
The outpouring of support from area residents has overwhelmed the Red Cross and the Florida-Georgia Blood Alliance. The Kingsley Blood Donation Center in Orange Park was overrun last night with people just wanting to help. Officials were so overwhelmed, they even had to turn people away.
We're inviting people actually to come back anytime during the week, and we received word yesterday from New York Blood Center that right now they are uncertain what their need is going to be because the majority of people who probably are going to be requiring blood products have not been found yet.
If you want to give blood, the Florida-Georgia Blood Alliance is taking donations this morning from 8 until 10 at 2153 Kingsley Avenue, as well as all of their locations across the city. If you missed that address, the information about the blood drive is running continuously on our bottom line. Just look down on your screen.
It's very difficult to put into words to describe what the nation witnessed on yesterday, and the pictures there are just simply chilling. We put together some of the most telling scenes as they were recorded by news cameras and amateur photographers. Here's Channel 4's Tom Wills.
Less than 20 minutes after the first attack, a plume of smoke was high over the skyline of Manhattan, and now you're looking at the second plane as it plows into the second tower of the World Trade Center. Cameras all over. There is another picture of the same event. Cameras all over New York recorded the absolutely indescribable catastrophe. People just couldn't believe what they were seeing. Columns of smoke now rising, and there it is again as the plane knifed into the second tower of the World Trade Center with a huge fireball. As I said, cameras all over New York were trained on the building. People couldn't believe what it was they were seeing. Clyde Eubanks, the vice president of an insurance company, was at a meeting on the 103rd floor of the South Tower of the World Trade Center when his boss said, "Look at that, look at that." He turned and saw a plane go by and hit the other tower. But the worst was yet to come. At 9:50 this morning, just an hour after the attack began, One World Trade Center, the North Tower, collapses onto the street below. The pictures taken from the high-up cameras show it. It's indescribable. But the pictures taken also from the ground where debris and ash and plaster and paper just rained down on people, rescue workers who were below. This is the scene. This is what they saw as this building came tumbling down. The North Tower of the World Trade Center, which was the first building struck by an airliner. First, the outside of the building comes down, and then the skeleton of the building collapses in a pile of indescribable rubble. New Yorkers stood there and looked. They could not believe what they were seeing. Another camera from another angle recorded the same catastrophe. A man named Peter DeCerbo, who had led 44 colleagues down 47 flights of stairs, got into the street, staggered from the building. His clothes were torn. Workers were stunned. They were dazed. They were coughing. Another survivor said, "The minute I got out of the building, the second building blew up." It was just absolutely indescribable. The streets below looked like a war zone. People who absolutely could not believe the experience they'd been through. Look at the expression on this woman's face. She's completely covered with dust. These are people who they can't believe that they're still alive.
I was in the restroom. There was a big shaking. Some of the ceilings collapsed. Looks like there was a fire in the elevator shafts. And they brought everyone down and started bringing everybody down the stairs.
And then more panic in the streets. At 10:29 this morning, the second tower of the World Trade Center collapsed. The top of the building exploded with smoke and dust. There were no flames, just an explosion of debris and dust and smoke. And then more vast clouds swept down into the streets. People were knocked to the ground, onto their faces as they were running from the building toward cover. And then the same huge clouds of smoke, dust, and debris came through the building and blocked out the sun.
Tom Wills, Channel 4 Eyewitness News.
Incredible.
Just incredible. And, you know, Tom showed you some, very compelling pictures. There's none more compelling than this one in this morning's paper. It's Attack. It's the Florida Times-Union. You can see the plane actually knifing into this building.
It's almost like this was planned out by whoever crashed into the first building.
Yes.
All the cameras were there already posed on those buildings to see exactly when the second plane came in.
It was well orchestrated.
Absolutely.
Well orchestrated.
And this morning, responses coming from across the country. Editorial writers just trying to put into context exactly what happened.
Now, we have a few selected quotes to tell you about. The Cincinnati Enquirer was one of many newspapers that said, "Make no mistake, this is war."
The Chicago Tribune writes, quote, "Our carefree moments are over." And Cherry Hill, New Jersey's Courier Post wrote that yesterday a nation stood stunned, battered, and heartbroken. Quote, "Today a nation begins its quest for justice."
Wow. Well, let's check in with John now to see how this morning is getting off weather-wise. John?
It's been a rough start. We've had some heavy rains overnight. Again, the rains continue to fall at this hour, and they're going to continue to be falling across the area, although maybe not quite as heavily as they were probably up until about 9 o'clock this morning. So once again, we've had heavy rains, and they should end after around 9 o'clock. At this point, the rains are becoming a little lighter. Take a look outside here this morning. You can see as we look to the south bank, you can see occasionally some of the rain falling off the side of the tower cam, an indication that it is still raining downtown. Other parts of the area, well, much of the same old look. The gray skies, you're looking back out toward the north bank there, toward the landing, and again, rainy conditions through the downtown area. Checking out some of the roadways across there, you can see here this morning that we are seeing that the conditions on the roads are very, very wet, and that some of the traffic spots here this morning, again, accompanied by, well, a lot of traffic, slow go of it. That's I-10 at US 17, just out there on the west side, and again, it's going to be a slow go for many of you folks here this morning because of the rains that we're seeing across there. Here's live Doppler radar showing where the activity is at this hour. The good news is that we're no longer seeing the yellows and orange across this big blob of rain that's moved across most of Duval County and now into Nassau County. That's an indication that the activity is beginning to fade away. At the same time, though, it's fading for us. It seems to be building offshore throughout St. Johns County, Flagler County, as the rain is now focusing a little bit further south down the beach. And this is going to happen throughout the entire day today. We're going to see the rain come on shore, but in different locations up and down the beach, and a few isolated locations by the time it's all said and done, which will probably be sometime this weekend, may pick up 5, 6, 7 inches of rain. So far, the heaviest rainfall amounts been able to figure out it's about an inch, inch and a half, but accumulate that over the next couple of days. Again, we could be dealing with some flooding conditions in some isolated areas. So once again, heavier rains down to the south. We'll zoom in here to the downtown area, show where the rains are falling at this hour. There's Duval County all through in here. Downtown's right about there. And again, from the airport to the north side, all the way out toward Jacksonville Beach, some pretty good showers. Heavier downpours down towards San Jose and Mandarin area this morning. Other areas, there's Bay Meadows, Mandarin's right about in there. Some showers continue to move in through parts of the Doctors Inlet area. Heavier thunder showers now just to this, right around the Hastings Spuds area. And these showers will continue to move on off toward the west. St. Augustine, you're not seeing rain yet, but you will probably see some downpours coming up here pretty soon, and I want you to be aware of that. Another look at Doppler radar across the state. You can see where the rains are here this morning. They're up and down the east coast as we have a strong easterly flow of wind. Down here in the Gulf of Mexico, we have a gathering area of low pressure. It's tropical depression number 8. At this point, you can see it right about in here. It's very unorganized. I mean, you can see Hurricane Aaron here. That's Tropical Storm Felix, and over here is Tropical Depression number 8, very unorganized. However, I've seen some of the computer models. The suggestion is, as we talked about this yesterday morning, it will take a couple more days for this to organize, and then it should become fairly powerful, possibly coming a tropical storm or a hurricane over the next 3 days, but at least for the next 2 days, things should be fairly settled in terms of how quickly it develops. After that, things change pretty dramatically. Hurricane Center forecast at this point takes it out toward the north and east, but I got to tell you, this forecast is likely to change a number of times. There's a big blocking area of high pressure out to the north. That could keep the system in the Gulf of Mexico. These numbers here represent the probability spread in seeing this particular system move on shore, and you can see it extends all the way back out toward our west, and therefore for us here locally, we need to just keep an eye on it, and that's about it. Easterly winds continuing to build this afternoon. Small craft may have to exercise some caution. If not, small craft advisory coming up later on today. 87 coming up this afternoon. Now, how do we get to 87? The rains come to an end after around 9 o'clock. Sunshine returns thereafter. Check out the roadways now with Curtis Wayne. A very wet start, Curtis.
John, it is wet and slippery, and people are driving around the railroad crossing arms that are down across San Marco Boulevard, even though the train is just to the south. Use lots of caution there. Also, the Main Street Bridge is up for river traffic. You can see a large assortment of crashes all over, mostly the west side. From the traffic center, I'm Curtis Wayne for Eyewitness News Daybreak.
Thanks so much, Curtis. Once again, a recap of yesterday's tragedy, a catastrophe of unparalleled proportions.
Authorities say many Americans have been maimed and murdered by terrorists.
It's still not known exactly how many people have been killed or hurt, and officials estimate the death toll could be in the thousands. A firefighters union official says 300 firefighters may have died in rescue efforts. Dozens of police officers are also among the missing. Fire officials say there could be anywhere from 100 to 800 casualties at the Pentagon after a commercial plane crashed into that building.
A total of 4 planes were hijacked yesterday. The 4th plane crashed in Somerset County, Pennsylvania. A total of 266 people were on board those 4 planes.
Now, in response to these terrorist attacks, all air traffic in the U.S. is grounded until at least noon today. That includes flights out of Jacksonville's International Airport.
Now, stay with Channel 4 and CBS News for the very latest on the investigation. We have much more coming up.
And if you are away from your television anytime today, simply log onto our web channel. That is news4jax.com for continuous updates. And we thank you once again for joining us this morning for this very special edition of Eyewitness News Daybreak, America Under Attack.
We now return to CBS News continuing coverage of this terrible terrorist act.
And we'll have live cut-ins during the day with the latest on what's happening around here to support the rescue efforts up in New York City and Washington, D.C. And plus, the networks will probably give us time at noon, so we'll have a noon newscast for you to let you know what's going on locally here around 12 o'clock noon. But until then, be sure and stay tuned to CBS News, and of course, we'll have our bottom line along there with local information going on as well.
And as much as possible, make it a great, what is it?
It's a Wednesday.
Wednesday, absolutely.
Yeah. Make it a great day.
Bye-bye.
We understand that a plane, an actual airplane, has crashed into the World Trade Center.
It looked like it bounced off the building, and then I just saw a huge ball of fire on top.
Right, oh my God, another plane has just hit another building, flew right into the middle of it.
Don't worry. I can't believe this shit is happening. I really can't. Whoever was piloting that plane was aiming for the Pentagon.
Let's go. Let's go. Come on. We're not playing around here. Let's go. Let's get out of here.
The top floors collapsed down. I saw it blow and then ran like hell. Thank God.
Tonight I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us.
It's early this Wednesday morning, the 12th of September, 2001.
From New York City, this is a special edition of The Early Show, Attack on America, with Bryant Gumbel and Jane Clayson.
It's a Wednesday morning. It's the morning after. It's anything but a good morning. Here with Jane Clayson, I'm Bryant Gumbel. We're still digging out. You saw the live picture from the southern tip of Manhattan, where it's a war zone this morning in every sense of the word, because these are declarations of war that were issued yesterday.
Still see that image of that plane going through the World Trade Center. I mean, I saw it all night, as did so many people in my mind. And the scenes on the streets in Manhattan, people walking around with just dazed looks in their eyes.
The amazing thing, Jane, is we've all seen these scenes now, I don't know, dozens, hundreds of times, and yet every time you see them, you think it's going to have a different ending. It's almost like it's impossible to believe. These were firemen working before the first crash. Notice he notices the plane. right? Just flying over kind of low, and then watch. That was what started it.
And the loss of life is incomprehensible. It's mind-boggling as the numbers start to come in.
Yeah, and we don't have numbers yet. We see ourselves in the world in a different view this morning. Invincibility has been shattered. It's a view well illustrated by this. Just 24 hours ago, this was the view of southern Manhattan, the proud Twin Towers, a powerful image of America. And this is the reality. The World Trade Center gone. For the first time since 1973, the Empire State Building is again New York's tallest building. Here's the latest this morning. It looks like a war zone here on the lower end of Manhattan, and may take weeks to establish an accurate casualty figure. But we do know 64 people were on board the jet that crashed in the Pentagon. There are reports casualties there could reach as many as 800. 45 people died in the Pennsylvania crash, and 157 people were on board the two airplanes that plowed into the World Trade Center. In a national address Tuesday night, President Bush said thousands of lives were lost. Some 300 New York City firefighters are among the missing this morning. Survivors have been located in buildings near the remains of the Twin Towers, some rescued overnight from under the rubble, and at least 1,000 people have been hospitalized in the area. Federal authorities have identified fugitive terrorist Osama bin Laden as a primary suspect for all of this. Intelligence officials have intercepted communications between bin Laden followers discussing the attack. The federal government is open this morning, but there is no air travel, and the stock market is closed. It was an extraordinary chain of events that resulted in the attacks in the World Trade Center and the Pentagon on Tuesday. John Frankel is in Lower Manhattan with a minute-by-minute account of a now historic day of infamy. John?
Well, good morning, Brian. We want to catch you up to date first on what's happening right now. We are situated at Canal on the West Side Highway, which is about 10 blocks north of where the attack took place and where the World Trade Center towers stood. You can now see the Battery buildings and the scarring of some other buildings and charring right there as well. This is a site that you could not see before yesterday morning's attack. As for what's happening right now, just a short while ago, many dump trucks making their way down south towards the site to try and help clean out some of the debris. We understand that heat sensor detectors and dogs are being used by rescuers to try and find survivors. As you mentioned, though, this is how the scene unfolded about 24 hours ago.
Right, oh my God, another plane has just hit another building.
Terror and chaos began when 4 regularly scheduled flights from Washington's Dulles Airport, Newark Airport in New Jersey, and Boston's Logan Airport took off, loaded with fuel, all headed for the West Coast.
It's 8:52 here in New York. I'm Bryant Gumbel. We understand that there has been a plane crash on the southern tip of Manhattan.
American Flight 11, flying from Boston to Los Angeles, slams into the World Trade Center's 110-story North Tower. 21 minutes later, 9:03, United Flight 175, also heading for Los Angeles, smashes into the South Tower.
It's just horrible. All these people are just jumping because they're on fire.
At 9:40, American Airlines Flight 77, Dulles to L.A., flies into the Pentagon.
We're in back. We're going to try to block off the street.
A terror alert is activated amid the chaos. Evacuations begin, federal buildings close, and Washington's power brokers are moved to safety.
Terrorism against our nation will not stand.
Then, 9:59, the South Tower collapses. Thousands run to escape as flying debris and smoke chase them through the streets of Manhattan. Minutes later, United Flight 93 from Newark to San Francisco crashes 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. In all, 266 passengers and crew members on board the 4 planes died.
Michelle!
New Yorkers, dazed and reeling, take another hit. 10:28, the North Tower comes crashing down. In a non-stop concert of sirens, firefighters, police officers, and other emergency personnel rushed to the scene to aid the injured, including many of their own.
Explosion blew and it knocked everybody over.
A first in American history, all airports are shut down. New York subways, trains, bridges, and tunnels are off limits. Manhattan is closed.
New York City is a lot stronger than this, and we're going to overcome it, and the people of New York City are going to give an example of how you stand up to terrorism.
Early afternoon, Air Force jets police the skies. Ambulance rushed survivors to makeshift triage centers and overloaded hospitals. What's left of the World Trade Center burns and collapses. With daylight fading, hundreds are injured and thousands unaccounted for.
Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve.
About a mile north of here, there are lots and lots of ambulances waiting to be called down to the scene, but the rescue workers tell us one of the frustrating things is they haven't seen any go in and take any survivors out. Brian?
And John, just let me correct myself. I characterized those clouds earlier as pulverized concrete. There's certainly some of that, but we're hearing word there still may be fire in what was the basement of the World Trade Center, and some of that is smoke. Is that true?
That is true, and that's one of the reasons that the rescue efforts were delayed so long into the wee hours of the morning, is that there were fires still burning, obviously gas leaks there posing a threat, and lots of smoke, and a lot of the buildings in the surrounding area also unstable, and rescue workers are uncertain how safe it is to go in. That's why it took so long.
John, thanks very much. It's 7:08, Jane.
All right, there are still few answers following Tuesday's terrorist attacks on the Twin Towers and the Pentagon. Bob Orr is in Washington with the latest. Bob, good morning.
Good morning, Jane. Well, the evidence already does show a few things. For one, the attack was very well planned, with simultaneous breaches of security at three very busy airports at a busy time of day by hijackers who managed to sneak knives, or as some say, box cutters, past screening checkpoints. Sources also say investigators now are listening to air traffic control tapes that captured the sounds of hijackers in the jet's cockpits. And we've heard about all of those numerous cell phone calls from frightened passengers on the doomed planes describing horrific attacks on the flight attendants in air. Radar also tells us the four jetliners were all in the air for a long time before impacting their targets. For example, take a look at this. This is the track of United Flight 93. It took off from Newark for San Francisco. The plane with 45 people aboard flew all the way to Lake Erie, as you saw there, before doing a U-turn and heading back towards the East Coast. It flew for an hour and 40 minutes before finally crashing on a remote Pennsylvania hillside. Now investigators say they're anxious to retrieve that plane's cockpit voice recorder from the wreckage, hoping it might provide better clues as to how the hijacking happened. Of course, authorities in Washington this morning and also in New York also looking for clues in the crash sites at the Pentagon and the World Trade Center. But I have to tell you, the devastation there, as we see in the pictures, is overwhelming. Remember, these jetliners essentially were flying bombs, heavily loaded with fuel for cross-country flights. And sources say after looking at the scenes, there just might not be that much physical evidence to find. Finally, in the meantime, the U.S. aviation system remains completely shut down for the first time in the nation's history. We're told that flights might resume later today, but when and if they do, we will see an unprecedented level of security, I'm told, with more restrictions on baggage, a ban on curbside check-ins, and more intense screening of passengers. Jane?
Has there been talk of the possibility, Bob, that there were other terrorists who might not have gotten through security, who were looking to hijack other planes? Is that at all out there?
Well, Jane, I've heard that theory, and we may never know the answer to that. But what is clear, tragically, hijackers did manage to breach security in three airports. They did, as we now know, sadly, board four planes. It shows another gaping hole in the security network in this country, and that's going to receive top attention, I'm sure.
Bob Orr in Washington. Bob, thank you. 31-year-old Mark Bingham was a passenger on the hijacked United Flight 93 from Newark to San Francisco. He called his mother, Alice Hoagland, before his plane crashed into the World Trade Center. Alice Hoagland is in Saratoga, California this morning, along with her brother, Vaughn Hoagland. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning.
I'm so sorry, Mrs. Hoagland, first off, for your loss. I cannot imagine what you must be going through this morning.
I appreciate your kind words.
She's doing real well.
Can you tell me, Mrs. Hoagland, what your son talked with you about when he called you on that airplane yesterday?
Yes, he called at about 6:45 in the morning here. We were all in bed. Kathy, my sister-in-law, Mark's aunt, spoke to him first. The first thing he said to her was that he loves us very much. And Kathy responded, well, we love you, Mark. And then and then he told her that he was on United Flight 93, and that there were three men aboard who had taken control of the aircraft, and that they say they have a bomb, he said, and Kathy ran and got me, and he he said, Mom, this is Mark Bingham, giving me his last name, and he said, I want to let you know that I love you very much. And I told him, well, we love you, Mark. And I'm on a flight from Newark to San Francisco, and there are 3 guys that have taken over the aircraft, and they say they have a bomb. They didn't mention any. He didn't have time to mention any other weapons that they may have. I asked him, Mark, who are these people? And he became distracted, didn't answer the question, and then we were cut off. So I didn't get an answer to the question. This all transpired maybe 10 to 12 minutes before the plane went down. We were on the phone with him a total of about 3 minutes, I guess.
Was he able, what did you hear in his voice? Was he scared? He must have been terrified.
He was calm, he was frightened, he was composed, he was trying to convey a message, an urgent message, and not draw attention to himself. I felt that. I hope it didn't result in worse treatment for him. Mark's a very proactive guy. He's a real take charge guy.
Well, you mentioned that, and you've said that you think your son might have done something that might have helped that flight in some way. What was it?
Yes, he was sitting forward in the aircraft. It was not a very full aircraft. I know from past experience with him that he will try to act in a situation that is an emergency situation. He'll do something. We have it from other sources that another man called. His wife told him that they were going to try to do something, and one passenger was already dead, and they were going to try to do something to thwart these guys. I hope Mark was able to take part in that. And you note that Flight 93 was the only flight that did not make it to some target destination. I'm hoping, we all here hope very much that perhaps the passengers did have a role in that, and that Mark was able to take an active role in stopping these people from killing people on the ground.
Alice Hoagland, I really appreciate your time this morning, and my best to you and your family as you continue through this.
Thank you very much.
Among the thousands of victims in the Twin Towers attack were the many who were fortunate enough to escape the buildings in time. Adrienne Vasquez was on the 33rd floor of 2 World Trade Center when the second tower was hit. Her husband, John, had gone to find her and ended up lending a hand on the scene before finally being reunited with his wife. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning.
Can you tell me, Adrienne, what you saw when you were in that first tower yesterday morning?
Well, I was, just finished eating breakfast, and you heard what sounded like a plane boom down, and I just looked out the window because I'm very close, and all of a sudden you just see this huge explosion, and you realize that a plane actually crashed into the window. However, you assumed it was an accident, Our first reaction, we were shocked, and everybody's looking around, not knowing what to do. It was a little early, so it wasn't a full office yet.
And did you immediately try to get out of the building? Yes. Down the stairs?
I grabbed my bag, and we went down the stairs, and since we're on the 33rd floor, we've had previous fire drills, so we know to evacuate. And
you heard an announcement in the stairwell that your building was safe.
On the way down, a little more than midway, we heard an announcement that basically let everybody know that a plane actually did hit the 1 World Trade Center. However, 2 World Trade wasn't hit, to please stay calm, and at that point, they told us to stay where we are, and we just proceeded downstairs.
John, you saw the first crash,
right.
and then the second one happened, and you knew your wife was in that building.
Yeah.
What were you thinking?
I have to get there as soon as possible. I had to get to the block as soon as possible, no matter what.
And you got there, what did you see?
I got there in 12 minutes. I saw the building was, both buildings at the time really were smoking. I remember asking an FBI agent, how am I going to get closer, that my wife is pregnant and I'm looking for her? And where would you look if it was your wife? And he said, go ahead, go. And I ran straight through. The officer was nice enough to let me through. And I couldn't find her. After the buildings collapsed, I was just standing there with my arms open, like, what am I going to do now?
And you finally found each other?
Yes, luckily I was fortunate to get out, and I ran. He works close, so I ran to his job, but when I got there, he wasn't there, so it was very scary, thinking that maybe something happened to him while he was looking for me. It was just very, it was a rough day. It was really
I can only imagine what you saw along the way.
Oh my God, just people jumping out of buildings, you know, debris everywhere, smoke, you couldn't see everything, and reality, when you finally turn around and you notice that your building was on fire and you were just there a few moments ago, was like, you know, it's a lot to handle.
I'm glad you made it out.
Thank you.
Our best as you continue with your pregnancy.
Oh, thank
I hope
you.
it goes well.
Thank you.
So do I.
Adrian and Jane Vasquez, thank you.
Thank you.
It is 7:17 Eastern Time. Bryant.
All right, Jane. President Bush is promising to bring those responsible for Tuesday's attacks to justice. Bill Platt is in Washington with more on that. Bill, good morning.
Good morning to you, Brian. People do look a little numb around here this morning, but the image the White House wants to project is one of determination. We're told that the president came to the Oval Office a little bit after 7 o'clock this morning, Eastern Time, that he's there. He plans some meetings for later today, more about that. But his biggest item on the agenda has to be how to respond, to decide how to respond to what has happened. The president, who began yesterday in Florida, finally headed back to Washington under battle security conditions, a fighter escort plainly visible off each wing of Air Force One. Mr. Bush returned to the White House and from the Oval Office delivered a message to the nation.
Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve.
The president also had this warning to those responsible for the attack.
The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them.
The president will meet this morning with the joint congressional leadership, and we are told that he is going to issue a plea to Americans to donate blood. Brian?
All right, Bill, thanks very much. The fugitive terrorist Osama bin Laden is, as we've said, the prime suspect behind these attacks. Meanwhile, a report out this morning says Massachusetts authorities have identified at least 5 Arab men as suspects in those attacks. Jim Stewart is in Washington with more on that. Jim, good morning.
Good morning, Brian. Well, the investigation is apparently going forward on 2 tracks. The first is from the CIA, some intercepted communications, which they're not providing any detail about, but which appear to be very persuasive to them that Osama bin Laden was behind this, so persuasive that in fact they have informed the White House that that is their target right now and that that is the person that they think is behind this. The other set that they're pursuing of the set of evidence is really far more compelling. Apparently these aircraft were in the air for so long, Bryant, that many people were making phone calls, some of them providing detail upon detail of what was taking place on those aircraft. They tell us that 3 to 5 hijackers were on many of these planes. They would herd people into the back of the planes. Passengers as well as some crew members were cut. Apparently the hijackers were all armed, according to the callers, with a similar type weapon, a box knife, you open boxes, the blade folds back in, and this is something that they hid apparently in their luggage and took out shortly after takeoff. That's the sort of detail they're looking at and pursuing at this moment.
All right. Jim, thanks very much. We'll get back to you later. In Washington this morning is New York Democratic Senator Charles Schumer. Senator Schumer, good morning.
Good morning, Brian.
We're kind of in stunned disbelief around here. Give me your characterization.
Well, it's just hard to believe. We enter different phases of this. We first see the plane go in, the first plane, and you think, oh, it's just some little passenger plane. Then you see the devastation. You can't believe it. And at last night, all day we were down here counting numbers, names of friends and others who Where are they? Because we knew they worked in that building. The 68th floor was evacuated. The 82nd floor was evacuated. And then last night, you start learning the names of people who are gone.
What kind of numbers are you hearing in terms of casualties?
I am hearing horrible numbers that this is going to be far and away the worst killing of civilians from this type of thing ever in America.
Are we talking five figures, Senator?
We may get that at that level, and it's, yes. They had much more success evacuating the first tower of the World Trade Center than they did the second.
Because the second was the one that took the second attack actually was the first to fall.
It was the second. There was much less time between the time the plane hit it and the time it collapsed, yes.
Senator, you've heard the president vow to track down and punish those who executed these attacks. We all stand behind him, but how realistic are our chances of getting that done?
Well, you know, this is going to be a very long action. What happens all too often is, and I speak as somebody who's been concerned with anti-terrorism for a long time, is after we have one of these horrible incidents, we sort of mobilize for 3 or 6 months, and then it's business as usual. This is, as some have said, the second Pearl Harbor, and it requires as long and sustained a response. It's a different type of response, but it requires that. It not only requires going after, and the president was right to say this, not only going after the terrorists who did it, but those that harbor them. For instance, the people who hijacked the plane knew how to fly 767s. They didn't learn that in the mountains of Afghanistan, and if that's where they're from. And so this is going to take a much more sustained action, and it's going to take us really getting our European allies to stop playing games with the Iranians, the Iraqis, etc.
We've got about 45 seconds to get to this, but how bothered are you that our intelligence community didn't see this coming?
Well, we have to sift the evidence. You know, there hadn't been a hijacking here for 10 years. We are supposed to translate, you know, we are supposed to have, NSA is supposed to have great eyes and ears and hear all these things. After the World Trade Center bombing, there was a lack of translators. They had all these tapes in Arabic and Urdu, but they couldn't translate them. Some have said that's still the case today. It was not supposed to be. So we have a lot of looking into, and obviously nobody gets a clean bill of health from the start.
All right, Senator Schumer, I'm going to ask you if you could to stay with us for just a little bit.
Okay.
We're moving up on 724. Some viewers will now cut away for local news. Right here, we'll continue with the special edition of The Early Show covering the attack on America at 724. 725. We're continuing in Washington with the New York's senior Senator Charles Schumer. Senator Schumer, what are your primary questions this morning?
Oh, I have so many. I mean, the first one is still for all the friends and friends of friends who can't be found. Obviously, we just hope and pray that they are. There is cell phone contact with people in the buildings. Again, how do we get those people out as quickly as possible? And then there are the longer range concerns, as you mentioned, Brian. How do we deal with this new menace? It's every bit as much a menace as the old Soviet Union was, perhaps more, because they're willing to do things that the others weren't. And it's a whole new way of thinking. It's a whole new way of fighting. It's a whole new way of doing all of this. And I don't think we're ready yet to do everything we have to do, but we have to mobilize. And the one good thing I can tell you, both in New York and Washington, is the spirit of the people. Last night there were long lines around the blocks of people in New York lining up to donate blood. Here in Washington, the partisanship is gone, and the unity of my colleagues here in the House and Senate to do whatever we have to do is enormous. We have to sustain that.
Based on the intelligence you're hearing, should people be justifiably afraid today? We're hearing from a lot of people that, you know, what we had yesterday could happen again today, that they think there may be another shoe to this attack, that the other shoe may fall. Based on the intelligence you're getting, was yesterday it,
Well, based on the intelligence that I am getting, that is the likely case, that they sort of did everything they could. They hit us hard at one time, and that at least for a period of time, that is it. But you can never be too sure or never too careful. There are little incidences of others who were not on the airplanes being either apprehended or watched, and so you can never be too careful. But the overwhelming odds are that our terrible day yesterday is not going to be repeated today or tomorrow.
Senator, you've seen the headlines like I have. It's war is a fairly common one. Are we at war this morning?
If we're at war, Bryant, it's a different kind of war. You know, when the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, the enemy was there, it was apparent, we were not prepared, but we knew what to do. This is a new kind of war. What's happened, like in so much else in our life, technology has changed things, and it's allowed a small, resolute group of people to do horrible, horrible things. This is one of them. We know that there are 10 or 15 other kinds of terror that they could wage, and they don't wage it against the military because they're protected. They wage it against our civilians in the World Trade Center, in the Pentagon, and elsewhere. And so it is a different kind of war. Does it mean that Congress goes in and declares war? No. But should it mean that we have to do a lot of things differently than we've done in the past? Yes.
Aren't we going to have to? Aren't we going to have to, because you can't eradicate them all, aren't we going to have to learn to, in some fashion, in a different fashion, deal with these people?
Yes, we are going to have to learn to deal with them. But I will tell you this. These groups, small and sophisticated as they are, cannot exist without the help of governments. And that is probably their weakest link. The Taliban government felt the need yesterday to go on the air and sort of explain itself. The Pakistani government, the Iranian government, the Iraqi government, all of these governments are much more vulnerable, especially if the rest of the world unites, to pressure, and that can make a huge difference. So we have to look for the pressure points and the weak points, and it's, as I say, it's a totally different kind of thing, but I believe that the one thing, as long as we have will and resolution, we will solve this problem. But we can't do it in 3-month spurts and then go back to business as usual.
We'll talk again. Senator Charles Schumer, always a pleasure. Thank you. It's 29 past. We're back. There's still more ahead on a special edition of The Early Show on CBS.
Good morning. We're interrupting CBS coverage of the attack on America to let you know what's happening here.
We have live team coverage in just a moment, but first we want to let you know what's open and what's closed in our area. Camden County schools in Georgia still closed. All Duval, Clay, and St. Johns County schools, however, are open. Jacksonville International Airport remains completely shut down. NAS Jax and Mayport are both on highest alert until further notice.
Start off right now, we're going to go out to Heather Murphy, who is live at JIA to see when they're going to open up today.
Good morning, Dan. Well, we are standing here still in the rain. Actually, the sun's finally coming up, but it is raining, and as you can see behind me, there are still some planes. Actually, all the planes are down. Southwest out there and American Airlines, nothing is flying yet. There are, however, airport officials making their way into the office this morning, and in fact, the press person, the spokesperson for JAXPort, just arrived minutes ago, and so I'm hoping that by the time next time I talk to you again, I'll be able to give you some more specific details about when the airport may be reopening. But as of now, here's what I know. What I know is that the airlines in the airport will be ready to go at 11 o'clock. However, everyone is on standby waiting for the FAA to meet with each other and decide what to do when they want to reopen airports across the nation, if they want to re-airports across the nation today. As soon as that meeting takes place, airport officials here tell me they expect to be faxed from regional airports, and they will find out exactly what the deal is going to be. These are pictures that you've seen, of course, yesterday of over and over. People who were stranded here at the airport, lines that were diverted, airplanes, I should say, that were diverted, trying to keep the skies clear so that they could shut down the air traffic all across the United States. Now, of course, the airport is completely deserted, and as I've been telling you, is expected to be closed at least until noon today, but we are waiting to find out from airport officials specifically what the plan for the afternoon is going to be, and we will bring that information to you just as soon as we can get it. For now, though, we are live at JIA. I'm Heather Murphy.
Several ships have been deployed to New York, including some from Mayport.
We continue our live team coverage with Jennifer Waugh out at Naval Station Mayport now. Jennifer?
Dan, Joyce, let me just show you the lines here to get into the Mayport Naval Base have been backed up for hours. Many of them have been here since 6 o'clock this morning. Now, only those that are considered essential personnel are allowed onto the base. It's taken up to 2 hours, as I've mentioned, for some drivers to just go a couple of miles. It is raining. We're told that they are being inspected. These cars are being inspected at the gate, and drivers have to maneuver around concrete barriers put in place for the added security, and it's made a slow process even slower.
We have about half of this problem. Nothing that I've ever seen has been like this.
What are you expecting today at work?
I'm expecting a lot of extra watches today, standard shipboard security watches, carrying a lot of weapons, keeping a safe perimeter around the ship. Other than that, it'll be pretty much a standard work day, I expect.
What have they told you?
They haven't really told us a lot, just that we're at an elevated THREATCON level and that we're just standing by waiting for instructions from the military.
Now, right now, only essential personnel should be reporting to duty at all 3 of the bases in our area. That includes here at Mayport, as well as NAS Jax and Kings Bay up in southeast Georgia. Also, we're hearing that NADEP, that Shift A should not report to work, but B and C shifts should stand by, man the phones. You may be called into work. We just spoke with the PAO here at Mayport, as well as in charge of the other 2 bases. He tells us that if everyone will just remain patient, we know that there's been a lot of backed up traffic at all of the bases. They're trying to do the best they can, but right now, obviously, security is of utmost importance. That's the latest from Mayport. I'm Jennifer Waugh.
Thank you, Jennifer. Now, if you're wondering what you can do to help, the Florida-Georgia Blood Alliance is taking blood donations today.
All of their locations around town will be open until 8 o'clock tonight. They have locations all over town. You can call this number, 353-8263, for more information. And of course, if you need more information on the blood drives or closing around town, we have it all right on our web channel.
You just click on to news4jax.com for continuous updates. We'll also have live video and an attack timeline. Once again, that is news4jax.com.
As you can see from our live reports, it's raining around most of town.
All over, all morning this morning. What's going on, John?
The rain continues here this morning, but I think at this point, the heaviest of rain has now recentered itself down towards St. Augustine. Quick look at Doppler radar, where you can see where the lighter rain is falling right along the coast throughout Duval County. We'll kind of zoom in here real quick to give you a better feel for where the rain is. Duval County seeing the light to rain, most of which is east of the downtown area. The heavier amounts are going to remain along the coast of Duval County throughout much of the morning hours, say up around 10, 11 o'clock. Now you're looking southbound. You can see St. Augustine in the bottom right-hand corner there. That's where the heaviest of rainfall is occurring. It extends inward toward Palatka. Those heavier showers down there will continue to move onshore again, just like we're seeing elsewhere. And again, rainfall amounts will be up to about 1 inch or 2. All of this will continue off and on throughout the morning hours. Then we may see some sunshine later on today. Drive carefully, folks. The roads are going to be very tricky out there.
John, indeed.
So go ahead and talk about
Yeah, rain is certainly wreaking havoc on the roadways. Maximum security that we mentioned at the gates of Grumman at the wet St. Augustine Airport on US 1 at NAS Mayport and NAS Jack make for big backups. In fact, you're crawling on US 17 northbound from before Doctors Inlet through Orange Park to NAS Jax, where Roosevelt Boulevard has had 2 crashes. 295 southbound, a long, slow ride from the top of the Buckman Bridge to 95. Multi-car pileup 95 southbound near University Boulevard. From the traffic center, I'm Curtis Wayne for Eyewitness News Daybreak.
And thank you, Curtis. That's a quick look at what's going around our area. We'll have another update in about a half hour.
We return you to CBS News for the very latest on their special coverage of America Under Attack.
What we have to do is demonstrate that the spirit of New York City is not just buildings. The buildings are important to us, but the spirit of New York is about the spirit of its people, that we're a free people, that we're dedicated to democracy, and that we're not going to allow these cowards to stop New York from being the greatest city in the world, because it is, and it's going to continue to be.
Amen. Rudy Giuliani, thank you this morning. We'll be speaking again. Good luck today.
Thank you.
It is 7:36. Bryant.
All right. In Wilmington, Delaware, James Kallstrom is a former FBI agent who was the assistant director of the Bureau's New York field office. Mr. Kallstrom, good morning.
Good morning, Bryant.
We spoke, I guess, about 22 hours ago when this first started going down. Is this far, far worse than you ever imagined at the time?
Well, I think it's sinking into the psyche of America and the world. In 23 hours, we've seen the absolute worst of humanity, the cowards, the terrorists, the crazy people that did this horrendous act. And at the same time, we've seen the best of humanity, the brave firemen, police officers, rescue workers, civilians that have been so steadfast in their spirit, their support for this country. We heard a great speech from the president last night, and I think we'll have a very determined nation, and we'll get out of this tremendous tragedy.
You were involved following the attack in 93 on the bomb that was set off there that killed 6 at the World Trade Center. Did you ever believe that these structures could be brought down by terrorists?
You know, I don't know if we actually believed it. We hoped it would never happen. We thought it would never happen. But on the other hand, you know, we thought the chances of some major terrorist event someday, we hope not on our watch, we hoped not in our lifetime or our children's lifetime, but we knew there was a possibility.
What does this change about our future, particularly as it concerns structures like the World Trade Center? What kind of a future do we face now? I mean, can people work in a skyscraper with any degree of security?
Oh, I think so. I think we shouldn't think about dramatic changes to our way of life. I think what it does is it focuses us on, the importance of things that maybe heretofore we didn't focus on to the extent that we should as a country, as a civilization, as an individual human being. But, this is not going to make us change our way of life. I hope it doesn't. I don't think it needs to. This is a strong country. We'll rebound. I think the terrorists made a tremendous mistake. At the same time, they did this dastardly, cowardly, stupid thing, and that is they galvanized us to actually do something, I think, across the board with our allies and with the peace-loving people of the world. I think it will galvanize some action that will be effective.
Mr. Kallstrom, I spoke about this with you yesterday when we talked about how sophisticated the plan of evacuation was in existence at the World Trade Center. Knowing that building as you do, based on your experience with it in 93, the buildings came down, to World Trade Center came down about an hour and a half after it was attacked. The other one came down shortly thereafterwards. Could they have evacuated most of the people in those buildings in that time?
Boy, I don't know, Bryant. You had 2 jumbo jet type airplanes full of fuel, or almost full of fuel, ready to go to the West Coast. The fire did probably more damage than the actual craft itself hitting the buildings. What impact that had on the ability of the elevators, how crowded and panicked the stairwells were. I think to the best of the ability of the system, after the initial attack in 93, I think the plans were as efficient and effective as they possibly could be.
Well, we hope for the best. James Kallstrom, second time in 24 hours. I thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
In the wake of the attack, Secretary of State Colin Powell cut short a trip in Latin America to return to the States. He's at the State Department. Mr. Secretary, good morning.
Good morning, Brian.
What are your marching orders this morning, sir? What's on your to-do list?
The first thing I'm doing this morning, Brian, is making sure that all of our embassies around the world are safe and taking necessary precautionary actions. And we have about 25% of our embassies on suspended operation, but they'll all be coming back up in the course of the day, I'm quite sure. Next, the President has directed me to work with international organizations and our friends around the world to make the point that this is an assault against the civilized world, not just against the United States, and to mobilize them to respond to this assault diplomatically, militarily, with police actions, intelligence actions, and to make sure that those nations, as the president said last night, who might be harboring or providing comfort to these kinds of terrorist organizations, understand that we will be holding them accountable. And once this trail leads us to who is responsible, if there are nations that bear responsibility in that regard for hosting them, then we will be doing something about that as well.
We heard the president's words last night. I don't expect a specific timetable, but in general terms, how quickly can or will we respond?
We'll respond as soon as we can, and in the diplomatic sense.
Are we talking weeks? Are we talking months?
We just don't know, Brian, and it would be. I don't think it'd be proper for me to speculate without knowing exactly who the perpetrators are and whether there is something to respond to. Diplomatically and in other ways, we can respond immediately. And I've been on the phone already with Kofi Annan at the UN, with Lord Robertson at NATO, and with Javier Solana at the European Union to get an international response to this, condemnation, consideration of other actions that the international community might take. Now that just might sound like diplomatic speak, but it's important diplomatic speak because we want the entire world to come down and not only condemn this kind of activity, but together united to go after those who continue to believe that by killing innocent civilians, they can achieve political purposes. That has to be the response of the international community to kill that idea and root these organizations up once and for all.
Mr. Secretary, besides being a diplomat, you're also a military man. You know the topography, you know the landscape, both diplomatic and otherwise. How realistic is it to think we could track down the individuals who did this?
I think it is realistic. I think we have demonstrated in the past our ability to find people who have committed these sorts of terrorist acts. We have very, very competent people who know how to follow leads. Sometimes it takes a few weeks, sometimes it takes years. But we won't give up. We will find them, and they will be dealt with.
The question being asked often this morning, Mr. Secretary, is this, that ours is the most sophisticated defense system in the entire world, certainly the most expensive. To that question of how could we not have seen this coming, what do you say?
I say that we do have the best intelligence system, we have the best military in the face of the earth, but as has been demonstrated many times in the past, if you are a determined enemy and if you are prepared to go after soft targets, and if you're prepared to do it in ways that are rather different from anything we've seen before, unless we get something that cues us, something that gives us some indication that this kind of asymmetric attack is coming, we are always at risk. We can't defend against every single possibility short of shutting ourselves up into some kind of blockhouse. We're an open society. And so we have thwarted many terrorist attacks over the years, and some have been successful. But I can assure you that we have competent people working on this. We do have the best people working on it, but it is impossible to stop every potential attack that's coming our way.
Final note. Are we at war, Mr. Secretary?
I think the American people are not confused about the legalisms of this. When you saw those scenes coming out of New York and Washington today, the American people made a judgment. We are at war, and they want a comprehensive response. They want us to act as if we are at war, and we're going to do that diplomatically, militarily, picking options that will respond to this, searching out those who are responsible, those who harbored them. And so as we go through the legalisms of all of this and determine how to respond in the international community, the American people know what they saw yesterday, and what they believe they saw clearly was an act of war, not only against America, but against the international community, the community of peace. But they didn't hurt our spirit. They didn't hurt our resilience as a society. And we'll come back firmly. We are still very much intact as a society, as a nation, and we know how to respond.
Secretary of State Colin Powell, you're a busy man. Thank you for spending some time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian.
All right, coming up on 746. Jane?
Bryant, rescue workers finally had some good news this morning. We have word that crews have found 6 people in the rubble of the World Trade Center, 5 firefighters and 1 police officer. And the search goes on for those who are still living in the rubble. There's no doubt that Tuesday's acts of terrorism will for a long time be etched in the minds of Americans. Hattie Kaufman is in Los Angeles with more on reaction. Hattie, good morning.
Good morning, Jane. I'm at the original Bob's Big Boy, all the way across the country, 3,000 miles from New York. But here, as everywhere else, there is only one topic of conversation this morning: the terror that struck America.
The television images stopped Americans in their tracks.
It's scary. It's very scary.
People got information however they could. Suddenly, America was a small town, everyone having the same conversation. Detroit.
This is like someone declared war on us.
Minneapolis.
It's just crazy. It's insanity.
Chicago.
I sat and watched the news in basic horror.
Nowhere was life normal. From coast to coast, tourist attractions shut down.
Disneyland is closed.
Why?
Because someone did some bad things.
America's favorite pastime was canceled. No professional baseball across the country. It was as if America stood still. Worried about shortages, drivers in the Midwest lined up, overwhelming gas stations. Many of those trying to go to work were turned back.
The building's closed now.
There were evacuations in downtown Minneapolis, the state capitol building in Iowa, a bank building in Charlotte, and federal buildings everywhere. In military bases across the country, new barriers and the highest state of alert.
Right now, they are checking every car that's on base.
Drivers stuck in traffic remained tuned to talk radio, where the shock turned to anger when one station invited Muslim guests.
Oh, God, I wish you guys were dead.
In reaction to the violence, Kmart stores removed all guns and ammunition from their shelves. Anger brought some to the street, but grief brought many more to places of worship. From a candlelight vigil in Seattle to a prayer service in Chicago to a synagogue in Los Angeles, people prayed for the victims and for America. Across the country, flags remained at half-staff as Americans came to terms with a new reality.
Do you think the world changed today?
Absolutely.
Here in Los Angeles, the Latin Grammys were supposed to be held last night. They were canceled. A Madonna concert was canceled. The primetime Emmys, which were scheduled for next week, have been postponed. And Jane, in Salt Lake City, officials planning for the Winter Olympics will announce today that the $200 million they budgeted for security may not be enough. Jane?
Hattie Kaufman in Los Angeles. Hattie, thank you. Congress is vowing to support President Bush in efforts to find and punish those responsible for the attacks. Connecticut Senator Joseph Lieberman is a member of the Armed Services Committee. He is in Washington this morning. Senator Lieberman, good morning.
Good morning.
What's the process now, Senator, of finding those who are responsible for this?
Well, that's up to the law enforcement agencies, and they have the full support of the Congress of the United States. But the point is, what more are we going to do to make sure that this doesn't happen again? And I feel very strongly that we're at war. An act of war was committed against us. It's more than a crime. It's certainly at least a war crime. And I think Congress has to effectively declare war against terrorism. And that means concentrating our efforts consistently until we win. And that also means that our allies in Europe and throughout the world have to join us in this war against terrorism, just as we joined them during the Second World War when they were attacked. And that means that all of us have to act together against some of the countries that harbor terrorists that are now our declared enemies.
So it would be fair to say if Osama bin Laden is pinned to this, which it increasingly seems he is, action wouldn't just be taken against him, but against the government that's harboring him.
I think we have to take action against whoever was responsible for this horrific act, particularly if it is Osama bin Laden. He's the natural suspect, although not conclusively now, but the natural suspect because of his capacity, his warnings, what he's done in the past. But we also then have to act very persistently against governments, not just Afghanistan, but Iraq, Iran, Syria, which we know are harboring terrorists. We have to focus in on the cells of terrorists that we know are in the United States, potential terrorists, let's say, and protect ourselves. We're at war.
Because clearly an organization of terrorism of this sort took more than just a few people to perpetuate.
This was a coordinated, sophisticated attack against the United States. And when you combine the kind of zealotry that leads people to take their own lives and not care about the lives of anyone else, and you put that together with the kind of money and resources that these people had, they threaten us and our way of life. And we've got to respond. We have to look at some of the ideas that have been talked about creating a Department of Homeland Defense, an agency of Homeland Defense. We never had to do that before because we felt we were protected by the oceans, but this is the beginning of a new age in American security and American life.
Indeed it is. Life has changed forever. Senator Joseph Lieberman, thank you.
Thank you.
On Capitol Hill this morning, Arizona Senator John McCain, who serves on the Senate Armed Services Committee, is with us. Senator McCain, good morning.
Morning, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. We've heard many people say this morning that we're at war. Would you concur?
Absolutely, and there is no doubt that this is going to require, as Senator Lieberman said, diplomatic, economic, and military action, and it will not be easy, nor will it be short. Our message is, we're coming, and God may have mercy on you, but we won't.
To what extent militarily, Senator, are we prepared for this?
I think we have the capacity. I think obviously we're going to have to improve our intelligence capabilities, particularly human intelligence, which we basically dismantled in the late 1970s. But we have the military capability, and Americans have the will. So I'm confident that we will uncover this network, which is spread throughout a number of countries. And as the President, in his excellent statement last night, said, those countries that shelter or allow these organizations to participate are just as culpable as those organizations that committed these atrocities.
A lot of people, Senator, this morning are asking the question, how could there have been lapses as significant as there were to allow this to happen in the first place?
Well, I think those questions are going to need to be answered, and clearly they will be. We have thwarted other efforts in the past. We did not succeed this time. I am convinced that we will undergo fundamental changes, and we will make sure that this will never be repeated. And there is no doubt that their effort is to destroy our society as we know it. America will survive. We're a strong and great nation.
Is there talk of how the U.S. must change security-wise to deal with the future?
I think our lives will be different, at airports particularly. I think we're going to have to discomfort Americans to some degree, but at the same time, we're not going to allow these threats to destroy a free and open society, and we're going to have to maintain a careful balance. But there's no doubt that there will be added, quote, inconveniences to American lives, in American life, and that obviously is a small price to pay.
Congress is convening this morning, Senator. Is this an effort to show solidarity at this moment in our history?
Absolutely, and it's to show the American people that we will return to a normal activities and a normal life, and we will not allow this tragedy to permanently damage America.